in Nigeria. The competition, was it in any way close to? Can you use the level of competition you saw here and what you faced there, where you got to the finish on the podium? Can you use that and say, okay, in Nigeria, we're getting somewhere when it comes to the level of competition?
Yes, definitely we're getting somewhere. Nigerian basketball is improving. As a matter of fact, club-side basketball in Africa as a whole is improving, and it's all because of this initiative that the NBA and FIBA have come to introduce BAL to Africa. So club-side basketball is improving. Nigerians are a very, very talented group of people, and yes, everybody loves basketball. Basketball enjoys the most followership after football in Nigeria. So of course there are a lot of people playing, but they are two different ball games. The kind of basketball you see at the BAL is way, way different from the kind of basketball you see in Nigeria, and so. Of course, the competition helped us. The Louis Edem tournament, a lot of people were saying we couldn't even win the Louis Edem tournament. What are we going to do at the BAL? But it was not a matter of winning. It was just a matter of putting the guys who had not played basketball since November, to put them in match fitness. They were, of course, all rusty. They had not played competitive basketball. So our intent going to the Louis Edem was not to go and win the tournament. Our intent was to just play as much matches as possible. And also, we didn't want to feel invisible and say, okay, we just come and run over everybody at the Louis Edem tournament. Yeah. And we get into the BAL feeling very, very confident.
And then get blown apart.
We get blown apart. So that was not our intent. Our intent was just to focus on the guys who are playing and make sure that they were not match rusty going to the BAL. And of course, we got there. We prepared very well too this time around. We had our import players with us for a minimum of 3 weeks. They were here in Port Harcourt. Showed them a little bit of the Port Harcourt hospitality. They went around. They ate bole and fish. They also played basketball a lot. So,
nice one.
So it showed when we got there that it was not just a hurriedly put together team that was playing there. It was a team. And of course, we surprised even the organizers themselves when after the first 2-3 games, they said, "Oh wow, Nigeria has really arrived." All the stuff that we heard after that was, "You have to go and build on this. You have to go and build on this." So it's something we'll definitely have in mind too.
Coach, reliable reliance sitting here in the studio will be lying if I say I had believed that Rivers Hoopers will make it to the playoffs. Like I had this solid. Today is Sunday. It's not like there are days that we tell lies, but I'm just saying for what today is worth, for what it is, I will be lying if I say I had this solid confidence that Rivers Hoopers are going to make it to the playoff. I don't think any of my guys here will say that. Henry, will you say that?
I was confident.
Chooks joins us, by the way, young Chooks.
I will never believe our
So we will be lying if we say in this studio that we had this strong confidence. Of course, we do. There's always that Nigeria belief that as Nigerians,
Nigeria, they carry.
You understand? They carry that. There's that Niger spirit still somewhere. But reality check. Not just about Rivers Hoopers now, just about also where basketball is in the country in the past couple of years. We will be lying. Now, I'm sure you may have perceived that smell somewhere around you. That smell of people don't really believe that this team is going to go far. How did you have to battle with that psychologically?
Yeah, we were enveloped with that smell, that belief that Rivers Hoopers were not going to go back. They were just going to go and participate and come back as usual. But I think only us, the team, believed in ourselves that we could do this. And it went a long way. Let me break it down for you now.
Yeah.
Once we were recruiting players, the first person I got in touch with, Will Perry, specifically said that he wants to come to a team that was ready to go to the BAL to make some noise. One of the things he insisted on was that he does not want to just arrive in Senegal and that is where he gets to meet the team. He wants to come back to Nigeria and practice with the team. And so we went along those lines in recruiting other players and making them know that I'm really sorry, you just cannot come and meet us in Senegal and be part of that team. You have to come here. And so that was what helped us. Like I said, it's not rocket science. Once you prepare well, you know that you are going to go somewhere. So as at the time we left Nigeria, after we camped here for like 2 weeks, we went and camped. The last week we were in Lagos. We played a couple of friendly games against Hoops and Rain. And when I started seeing how the team looked, of course, the team started believing in themselves that, hey, we can do this, we can do that. And that was the kind of spirit that we took to Dakar. And we all said, let us set a target for ourselves. Let's not get too greedy. Let's not get too ambitious. The target for ourselves is that let us make it out of this group and let us get to Kigali. And after the first 3 games, we knew we had 1 foot there already. We played. The first game was absolutely amazing for us. We did all the things we were supposed to do well. The second game was even better for us because now we had started gelling. Basketball is funny. The more you play, the better you get every day. So it happened like that and it continued like that. The third game, which was against US Monastir, one-time defending champions of Tunisia, was our easiest game. We beat them by 21 points. Never had any team. That was the largest margin that any team had won with in Kigali. And so people walked up to us, even BAL officials walked up to us and said, hey, you guys are putting the BL in trouble, because nobody expected that Nigeria was going to be, all their permutations had already been done. They had known who and who they were going to go from there. Nigeria was nowhere in the picture. So that was what we faced. And so when they finally realized that, hey, we were forced to be reckoned with, it was too late. We were in Kigali already. And so we carried on with that thing. The next game, we had to play each other home and away. So we had won the first 3 games. We had 1 foot there. We had 1 more game to just pick. And then we played extremely well against the host team in the North. We lost on the buzzer beater. 4 seconds to go, they shot the ball, and that's how they beat us by 2 points. I said, okay, let's go back home. Let's think about it. Come back and get the job done against APR of Rwanda, which we did. We played. Another record was set, River Supers, the first double overtime game in the whole of BAL history. And we beat APR by 2 points, cemented our place in Kigali. The last game was just a mere formality for us. So nobody believed that we could do that. When we got back from Kigali, I had the privilege of being on Channels Television, their sports radio, and of course, the interviewers too said that it was after we started winning that they started paying attention to us, because they felt it was just a Nigeria thing. We were just going to go and participate again and nothing was going to happen. So we surprised a lot of guys, and we are happy that we did that in a good way.
Interesting. That means you shattered the how do I put it? You know, when let me paint this scenario. You know, when they're thinking, okay, let's say the final day of a match season or a competition season, they say, okay, 90 people go win, just carry trophy, can't decorate them. You know, decoration and them go win, decorate everything. Bam! They shock them. They have to start calling the artist. Come and clean, come and clean.
Things have changed. That was exactly what happened. Because they saw that Senegal, they are hosting. Of course, they will qualify for APR. There is a team from Rwanda. They are hosting the final 6. Of course, they must be there. US Monastir, powerhouse of the North Africa. You know. Of course, they have to be there. Nigeria. Well, who knows Nigeria? What have they done in the past? So they are not even in the picture. And just like I said, everything changed. And when they realized that when we were cruising through our games, now they were fighting tooth and nail, back and forth, blooding themselves just to be one of the teams that were going to qualify, because they knew Nigeria had qualified already. We topped the table, we topped the group, and it was a good thing for us.
Oh, and I also forget to add that there's also another record, which is the first Nigerian team to top the conference. Record Yakpa. The record's plenty.
First Nigerian group. To top the group.
To top the group, Now, you said something about surprises, and for us here, which is where the difference is compared to maybe other media houses, we followed. I mean, we have strong lovers of. We are addicted to. Some of us are addicted to basketball. You know, we spend nights, watching games on the NBA and all that stuff. So probably that was also a motivation. But then again, the love for Rivers Hoopers, they love to support, to offer the support. We follow Rivers Hoopers from the very first game up until the end, despite not having that solid belief that this team can go that far. That could be the difference. But we equally observed that there were some calls. In fact, you were animating on the touchline most of the times in some games. I might not be able to pinpoint some of those games, but we could see you animating, challenging most of the calls, the reviews and all those things. And we're equally amazed, let me use that word, at some of the calls, decisions we made, some fouls that were committed. Because one thing that team must be giving credit for was the timely manner at which they knew when to start drawing those offensive fouls, just to kill time, just to slow down the momentum of the opponent, hold on to the game and seal things off. So some of those fouls, we were here animating, shouting. How could you not award that? Do you think that surprise may have added to the organizers somewhat, a bit influence, fouls foul play, maybe not, but slow this team down.
No,
you know,
I think it's just it's all in the head. If we were not winning, that is what I think. If we were not winning, if we were not that successful, I'm very, very sure that we would have gotten all those fouls that were being missed. Okay, but then all of a sudden we have become contenders. We have become a threat. So the normal soft 50-50 calls that will give to us, we're no longer being given to us. They were given to the teams that were playing against instead, because now they are not superior. They don't term us to be. They don't term them to be superior to us. We are the superior ones. So they are now going to look at them as the underdogs and then award those fouls to them instead of awarding them to us. So it's just something that happens in games. If you're playing against a team that they know that you are superior to, all those 50-50 calls will go in favor of those teams, because of course they know that you have an advantage already. So that was just what was happening. And of course it's my duty to yell as a coach, make them be on their toes and know, hey, you cannot just walk over us like that. You have to award those calls. You have to do this. So it helped a lot too in keeping the referees in check. But the good thing was that the BAL was not just strictly about African referees. They had referees from America, the G League, of course, who are also neutral. They don't have any interest of any team at heart. All they are competent to do is just officiate and make sure we have a fantastic game. And so it really helped a lot. Yes, mistakes may be made here and there, but they're just like you said, the referees are all human, and they're bound to have human errors. But all in all, I think officiating was perfect. They did their best to do all. Of course, we also had the video review. Any call that was not too sure about, they will have to go and review it and then make the right call. But just like I said, of course, humans make errors too. So anything you saw on TV that thought was not right might be true, an error, a genuine error, and not just something that they intentionally wanted to do.
All right. You get one with in review. I think it was a foul against I think Kelvin and Mayo. Where they review. After the review, they still did not do what we thought would be done. But well, let's keep that one aside. Now let's come back home to preparation before we even start talking about games on the field of play. What informed your decisions? Again, let me confess. When I saw that first import for Rivers Hoopers, I think that was Will Perry.
Yeah, Will Perry.
I was like, okay, Will Perry, okay. Let me keep my fingers crossed. Let me not get ahead of myself. The next import, I think that was Kelvin.
Yeah, Kelvin
Amayo. I said, okay. Then John Wilkins, I said, okay again. So I just look at the import. I'm like, okay, something is being deliberate about something, or somebody's being deliberate about something. Somebody's being intentional about something, because I've followed these guys even in the BAL, and their respective teams as well. I know what they can offer, especially when you're looking at defense and you have somebody like John Wilkins. You can count on him. So, what informed your decision? What was that magic, that touch that was ringing in your head, or possibly the team's head, to go for these guys?
Okay, well, basketball is basketball wherever it is that is being played. Okay, but the BAL, like I know, is an entirely different game. So the first three names that you mentioned, Will Perry, Kelvin Amayo, and John Wilkins, were people who had played in the BAL for 2 or more seasons. So we wanted people who had that BAL experience. Trust me, if first timer comes to that BAL, anybody that has not played in the NBA or has not played in Europe before and comes to the BAL will be completely blown off, because it is big. It is way, way big. You'll come, the organization, everything, you will be blown off. You will have stage fright. So we didn't want fresh people who had never been at that level before to come and play there, and then when it comes to playing basketball, they'll become a little bit jittery and all that. So we didn't want that. So we wanted BAL tested veterans to come, which Will Perry, of course, has played in almost all the seasons of BAL. Kelvin Amayo had played 2 seasons. John Wilkins had played 2 seasons. So we knew that there were people that we could trust, and there were people that we could depend on. So that informed us. Now we wanted also somebody who was a bit athletic, who brought in something different, who would change the game a little bit, and we found that in the Divine AK. Yeah. Of course, all you guys saw what he could do, what he did out there. He was really, really outstanding. And then, of course, we needed a solid person in the middle, and that's where we got Peter Olisameka from. So all, like you said, all the recruitment was deliberate. We knew exactly what we wanted. We knew who and who we wanted. Everything about that, it was not a mistake. It was very, very deliberate. Everything that we did as per recruiting was deliberate. And so it worked out fine for us at the end. We were really, really pleased with all of them. Had no regrets, of course. They were great people, great human beings. They encouraged the young ones. They were pushing them. And they all of them put together just made my job a lot easier.
All right. So the basic thing here was experience, that ball experience.
The ball experience, yes.
Yeah.
So we needed that.
Now, how did they react? Will Perry, John Wilkins, Kelvin Amayo, Olisameka, Divine Ike, how did they react knowing that they are going to a team that has a poor record when it comes to bar? At least for the very first time they participated, they were only able to secure one win. But now they want our services. I mean, Will Perry before now has taken his team to, I think, the quarters, of the BAL. And leaving a team, going to a team that has not even won more than a game in a competition for Africa as big as the BAL, and you're like, you want to weigh his options. So what was the reaction like for these guys coming to Rivers Hoopers?
Well, one thing that I didn't realize at first, but later got to know afterwards was that they all knew themselves.
Oh.
So when I was talking to A, B, and C, they were all talking to themselves too, and they all resolved that okay, the coach has given us his word that there's going to be training camp. We're going to be practice at least 3 weeks. So let's just go there and make some noise. So it was all something that everybody putting together. They were, just like I said, they knew themselves. John and Kelvin were semi-finalists last year too, and they came third. Okay, of course, Will has been around, so they all knew themselves. They were all friends, so it really helped a lot, and it spurred the team. You could, if you were at a practice session, you would have seen how they helped to challenge everybody. They pick. Like, I know a lot of people that Will picked under his wing, and every time he was busy talking to them. John Wilkins was the team leader. He's one of the most experienced veterans, so he was carrying everybody along. Kelvin, the very first practice that Kelvin came, he had a spat with one of the younger players. He just grabbed him by the hand and took him outside the gym, and whatever they discussed, I do not know. But by the time the guy came back, he was a different player altogether. So those were the things that helped us, and it's just like magic, as if this thing was foreseen that it was going to be like this for us. Everything just fell into place. Preparation was top-notch. Funds were released on time. Boom. So we just had no excuse but to do well.
Okay. Quite interesting conversation. We have seen some calls coming in via the phone lines. We've not opened the phone lines just yet, but we are taking note of your should I say, anticipation of the time when you will have the opportunity. But by the way, we do have the coach of Rivers Hoopers in the studio with us. His name is Ogo Daudu, who took Rivers Hoopers to a third place finish at the recently concluded edition of the Basketball Africa League, and did not do that without coming back with an individual award, as he equally won the Coach of the Year award. Who wouldn't be awarded such after so much amazing, achievement? So Coach Ogo Daudu is here with us. If you do have any question for him, our SMS on WhatsApp portal is there, and it's doubled at 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. To drop your questions for Coach Ogo Daudu here in the studio, and he will graciously answer them as the conversation continues. All right, Coach. Let's talk about the part. I don't know. I'm tempted to ask this question. Nigerians will always be concerned of their own. Yes, I think it's only Will and John Wilkins that are entirely neutrals. If my facts database is correct, Wilkins is American, Canadian American, I guess. No, Wilkins is Americans. Yeah. Then Perry is American.
Perry is American.
Yeah.
Yes.
John Wilkins is French, Morocco, and all that stuff. American as well. So I know that the rest do have Nigerian heritage one way or the other. How will this rub off on the indigenous players, or let's say on the Nigerian Basketball League, because this is just beyond Rivers Hoopers. He talked about the level of the competition. You know, at the point in time, he said, if anybody hasn't played in Europe or the BAL itself or in the NBA, and what about somebody that plays in the G League?
Yes, similar to. Yes, yeah.
And comes to play in the BAL, you're going to be torn apart. You're going to be, blown away because of the intensity of the competition. It means Nigeria is behind. The Nigerian League Nigerian basketball is behind. Now we've had Rivers Hoopers represent the country twice. The last time was
2021.
Yeah. Was it Customs?
No, Kwara Falcons.
Kwara Falcons.
Last year.
They equally did not have an impressive, outing. So, I mean, here's me thinking, how can Nigeria's basketball get up to that level so that it become more like a rule of thumb? You go there and you get to do what you have to do, knowing that you've acclimatized, you understand the level of the competition, you have the quality required to match up.
Yeah, well, like I said, Nigerians are talented already. We just need the stage to showcase ourselves. Now, like I said, playing at the BAL is something that you need to be ready for.
Yeah.
When I say ready for is that you need to be in a competitive state of mind. As in, you have played competitive games, you have played a lot of games, you have played games over and over and over again. And it's just that in Nigeria, we simply do not play enough games to get us to that level. You are going to play, let me give you an instance now. The APR team from Rwanda came to Kigali. There are three major teams in Kigali, the three top teams, APR, Patriots, and Reg. The league had to be put on hold for the APR team to come and perform to come and play in Kigali. Well, that means they were playing the league, they came on break to just go and play this game and come back. Now, as I'm speaking to you, they have continued with that league. Now they have gone back, and Will Perry actually played a game yesterday. He plays for a team in Rwanda too, Patriots. They actually played a game yesterday and they won. Now, these are people that are playing in a league. Like I said, we played the final 8 here in Port Harcourt in November last year, and we didn't play any other match again until shortly in April, where we went for the Louis Edem tournament in Lagos, and we played 5 games, and then every other thing was just practice going there. We can't keep up we cannot play at that level. We need to play more games. Basketballers need to play more games, and this is what is going to help them be ready for such competitions when they are called upon. We see a lot of individuals now coming up and organizing tournaments from here to here. Louis Adams, Sam Oguche, they just come and come and organize competitions, and they keep the boys playing. That is what we need. Also, I'm hoping that by this year, once the league is structured, we are going to have teams playing a lot more games. That is what's going to help us. And except we start doing that, we might not be so lucky in the future when we go to play Daga, because you have to be ready. You cannot. Tunisia, the US Monarchy team, they put their league on hold. They had qualified for the playoffs, but then they put it on hold because of the BAL. They finished the BAL. They've gone back now and they are playing the finals of their players. As a matter of fact, they are playing their finals now for the league, and this is what, June and July. Nigeria has not started the league yet. And some people are about to finish theirs. We have not started the league yet. So we have to do that. We have to have a league that 6-7 months, and then you know that they are playing all the time. They are going to get better. It doesn't help. You can practice for the whole year, and except you play a match, you cannot actually say how you have improved or not. So it does not help us. We have to play games.
That beckons on the organizers to look at the structure of the Nigeria Basketball Premiership.
Exactly. That's just it. And it's difficult to do because there is no sponsor for the league. And so you can't just come and tell people to come and play 68 games when you don't have anything in return. How many teams can afford to do that? Let's say half or 70% of the teams are sponsored by individuals. Just a few of us that are sponsored by the state government that can afford to do those kind of games. But if there is a sponsor, of course, they can get subsidies, and then you've been able to, they can be able to keep up and play the number of games that they are required to do so. So until a sponsor comes up, until they get a sponsor, we are still in for a long ride.
Hopefully this ride gets shorter and shorter, because it sounds very long at the moment, and that's administrative duty, you know.
Yes.
The board, MBBF,
Yes,
you know, they have to
exactly.
secure sponsors, you know, for the league, so that monies will keep coming in, and then that will help the team to have the financial ability to play a game. How about also the ability to sign players into the league, where, for instance, the Rivers Super sign permanently the likes of your Perry, and they're like properties of Rivers Super for, let's say, the next 1 year, 2 years, as a contract may be. Kwara Falcons can sign John Wilkins, you know, Customs, all of them. They just have the ability to sign these players who have played at the highest height of basketball, or at least something close to the highest height of basketball, into their respective teams. Is that something that also can help improve the level of competition here?
Of course. Like, let me put it, with the inclusion of these imports on this team now, trust me, none of my players came back from, when I say my players, the local boys, came back from Kigali and Rwanda the same. They have learned, I can tell you that they have learned a lot from these people that they played. So if all other teams have this kind of players on that teams, of course the level of the game will rise. The players will improve. They have people who they look up to, who they learn from. Of course they will improve. But just like I said, how can we afford to do that now? Well, it's slowly creeping in, because let me tell you, for instance, now the last final 8 that we hosted in Port Harcourt, Boko City Chiefs had 2 guys from America who won their team.
Okay.
They also had a Chadian guy on their team. So you can tell that. And they played well. They got to that level because of the level of players that they had. So if other teams emulate that, we are also thinking about doing something like that too, if the opportunity arises. So you can see, once other teams step up and they start doing the same thing, level of the league will rise, level of play will rise, players will get better.
Okay. Let Young Chooks come in at this point. He has a question for you. Young Chooks.
Okay, Coach, good afternoon. First of all, you talked about the operation of Perry, John Eke, and the rest of them. But truth be told, I think you should look at, apart from these guys, what do we gain from the insiders, like the Ebubes of this world, the Vincent Cocos, and how can we actually make them superstars and just depending on the Perry?
Well, like I said, I think this is what we're talking about now. The league has to improve. Like, these guys are capable of playing anywhere if they are ready. But you cannot just sit at home and not play in the league or not play competitive games. Maybe you play two tournaments the whole year and expect that you're going to improve. These are people that play one league. Let's say Will Perry finishes playing in Rwanda now. He gets another opportunity to go and play the playoffs for one team in Egypt. He lives there. He goes to go Europe to go and play in the playoffs for another team. So they basically play basketball their whole lives. Competitive basketball, not just tournament. Competitive basketball. You can't say the same for us here, and that's what we're trying to say. We need to play games. We need to play games. You play games, they showcase themselves out there, and then people will come and say, hey, there's this kid from Nigeria who I think can help my team in Kuwait. Or there's this kid from Nigeria that I've seen, I think he can help our team somewhere in Qatar. Or even America, or go to college. So that is what we want. We need to expose them. How do we expose them? By playing a lot more games, by somehow putting it out on TV for people to see, or YouTube or something. But of course, anytime a coach asks any of these kids, hey, send me your videos, you see them, they'll go to the stage where you stage act something. These games have to be out there for coaches to just click on the name, go to YouTube, and then they'll see their videos of them actually playing at top level tournaments. Those are the kind of things we need. We have to be the ones to expose them. We have to be the ones to expose them. And how do we do that? We need to show them out, showcase them to the world. We need sponsorship. We want, the time that basketball was being sponsored by TSTV, there was a mass exodus of Nigerian players because it's shown on TSTV, it's shown all over Africa. So people are saying, oh, I want this one, I want this one, I want this one. But once that sponsorship ended, boom, everything went back to square one.
And they maintain status quo.
Maintain status quo.
As our legal brothers would say it.
Maintain status quo.
Does it look like the organizers have this vision?
Yes. I can tell you that they have this vision because, like now the letters have been sent for this league this year. You can tell that the format is entirely different. I don't have it, but I know that the games this season are going to be way much than the games we played last year. I'm also hearing rumors that they have a sponsor now or something. It has not been officially announced, but that will also help to change a lot of things too. I'm sure most of them who are in that position are people who have played basketball before or who have done one thing or the other. So of course they have this vision, and I'm hoping we're going to see something different this season.
It makes me smile because I'm a lover of basketball. I know. Good times are here already.
Good times are just around the corner.
Just around the corner.
Yeah.
All right, Coach. Let's I think we've discussed a lot about. By the way, like I mentioned, you can be part of the show. You can send in a question if you have anyone for Coach Ogoda, who took a Rivers' own team to the Basketball Africa League, the second time for the team, and the 4th edition of the competition, and they're able to tear everyone. Finish on the podium. Got 3rd place with so many records to come back home with. So he's here in the studio with us. So if you do have any question for him, drop it via our SMS and WhatsApp portal, which is 0701 933 996. So that is 0701 933 9962. In a bit, we'll do the phone lines and then to take your thoughts via that feedback platform as well. So, Coach, let's talk some tactics. Let's talk basketball proper. I think we've really discussed administration, and organization. Let's talk basketball, and the courts. Now, some of us notice some couple of things. I mean, that is believed is still something that Rivers Hoopers need to work on, which is 3-point shots. There was a point in time I was like, can somebody just tell them to stop going for 3-point shots because they were missing a lot. I was like, can somebody just tell them to stop going for those 3-pointers? Let them just find a way to put the ball into the basket. Just find a way and put the ball and come back, because that's how basketball works. You score, if your opponent fails to score in return, it's an advantage to you. Or your opponent scores and you fail to score in return, you've awarded the advantage because they will want to capitalize on it, score again, and then the points keep increasing. So there were situations like that, and we're like, I was particularly like, can they stop going for those shots? And then just concentrate on putting the ball in the basket, see if they can get this offensive foul, and then, as the game went on, see how much points tally they can increase. I don't know if you did.
I understand, and just like I said, it's basically instinct. It's something that is inbuilt. It's difficult for a basketballer to see himself at the 3-point line. There is no way around him, and you say, because I have not been making this shot, I should not shoot the ball again. It's difficult.
Yeah.
As much as you yell at him, once that thing is inside, it's instinctive. He will just shoot that ball. There's also the saying that says, if you live by the tree, you die by the tree. There was a point too, that same tournament, that we were ranked one of the highest 3-point scoring teams. But just like I said, if you live by the tree, you will die by it. Especially in a game situation where those trees do not drop. And then you start wondering, what else do I do? This is something that I did yesterday and it worked for me. How come it's not working today again? And then they keep trying, and then they keep trying. Just like you said, it's a technical issue. It's something that coaches have to know how to go around it. Of course, we had various ways of doing the exact opposite in case the 3 points were not coming, but it's something we built our team around shooting 3-pointers, and that's why we had John Wilkins, who is 6'9", 6'10", who is supposed to be in the paint banging bodies, but because of the fact that he's a great 3-point shooter, he's always on the perimeter. Divine Eke on the perimeter, Kelvin Amaya on the perimeter. So we had only one player, Peter Olisemeka, who was not a good 3-point shooter, who was always in the paint. And why? Because he's strong, we wanted to send the ball to him in the middle and get people to collapse, and then we kick out for the 3-point shot. So it was a way, that was how we wanted to play. And we said, listen, this either works for us or it does not work for us, but we are not going to change it. And so that was what you saw, and that's why you were yelling. But of course, we know that you shoot one, you shoot two, it's not coming. At a point, when it starts coming, it'll be difficult to stop. So that's the belief that we had. And you guys were absolutely correct when you were saying that. If there was a way to say, hey, stop it. Even me at times, I would say, hey, let's do something different. Let's take the ball inside. But, it's one thing to tell players, hey, let's do this. And it's another thing for them to actually do it. So the moment they step into court again, it gets back to the same way. They reset and then they go back to shooting the threes again. But it's something that we're going to work on, and we're going to see a lot of improvement. But that's how Hoopers are going to be playing anyway, so look forward to it.
Okay, so I'll always be there to watch Hoopers game, it just gave me this, right now we are talking basketball proper, and I just remember coaches in the MPFL. You get why? You get why? My guys will understand why. All right, coach. So, going forward, that's something that the team needs to look into and see how they can improve upon. The first half was all three. The first half of the conference games, all three done. Do you think you were, I think especially the home team, AS Douanes, do you think you were a bit figured out? Because that was my fear. There was a particular game that I was like, in the second half, the remaining three games, I was like, these people might want to double or triple team Will Perry, because Will Perry was very fluid in most of the game, the transitions and everything, But he himself, because when the game started, some minutes into the first quarter, second quarter, I was having that impression that these guys are looking at finding a way to stop Will Perry. They believe he's the magic man of the team. So if they find a way to enclose him, to stop him, and probably force the coach to substitute him and bring in somebody else, they've been able to get the team. So it was looking like that until I think that was the second game out there. But I think that was the second game, because the first game it was Divine Eke who had a 3 points. He had a 3 points game. Then the second, I think, was Perry.
A 31-point game.
31-point game.
Was 30 for Perry. And then the last 30. Game was 30 for the Kelvin Amayo.
Good. So it was the second game where Perry had a 30-point game as well. I had a fear that they may want to enclose him. So was there a point you felt these guys are beginning to read my team? They are beginning to figure us out. They are looking for, and how were you able to handle that?
Well, like you said, the first three games were relatively unknown. So they just didn't take us serious enough to go and watch videos about us and do a video analysis about us. But from the second round, yes, they had us figured out, because at that point, Will Perry had to struggle, because all the time, most of our plays were built around the pick and roll ball screen. So every time Will Perry wanted to the ball screen, they double team him. And so he had to get rid of the ball. So from the fourth game, for the second round, they all had that. And of course, we had our answers to that. And he was not as effective as he was in the first round. So yes, they had us figured out, but hey, we still had to dig deep into our chests, our war chest, to bring out some other stuff that would help us out. And that's why, like I said, basketball is gone off age now. Every team has a video analyst. They'll go and look at the team, see what you do, they'll scout, and then implement it in the next game. So we noticed that too, and then we started making little adjustments going forward, and that was what helped us out too. Because every team now knew that, hey, if you want to play against Rivers Hoopers, you have to get the ball out of Will Perry's hand. What do? You are going to double team Will Perry, and of course he's smart enough to know that once I'm double teamed, I have to let the ball go. So that's how they played us.
Henry, you have a question?
It was basically about the whole 3-point stuff. Like, Coach, I like when I'm referencing basketball, I'm a big basketball person also, but when I'm referencing basketball, I like to look at what I see from the NBA and also what comes out of old Yugoslavia. A lot of people might not know, but you're talking about likes of Serbia, Croatia, Slovenia. I mean, those guys tend to produce like what you have as the most complete basketballers. You look at Jokic and Doncic, in the perimeter, they are good. 3 points, they are good. And we see it in the NBA today. The stats say it, the teams that shoot more win more games. So looking at this, yes, we know that the Divine AKs, the Will Perrys, they probably most likely will not be part of us when we're in the league here and all that. So what it's being done with the players themselves, like the indigenous lads, the local lads, the lads that have been with River Supers all this while to help improve their 3-point shooting? Is it something like drills, even on their own personal level? What are they doing? Because there's this 3-hour rule, like do something 3 hours daily continuously for a year, and you definitely see how well you tend to improve. Bringing a music reference, the Beatles weren't the best, but they went over to Hamburg and played non-stop for every night for 6 months, and eventually they became the best, and a lot of people reference them in music today. So what are we doing? Not just River Supers now, even within the league itself, the coaches, what are they doing to help improve these players in shooting? Because, like I said, the best shooters win.
Okay, well, it's thank God that you said this is what you see in the league now, in the NBA and everywhere. Basketball has evolved right now. If you notice now, it's a kind of a positionless type of play, where you see even the center. If you watch the Sacramento Kings very well, most of the time that something happens, you find the biggest man, Domas, who is bringing the ball down. He's the center, but he's the one who is playing like the point guard. So for a lot of teams, Doncic, Luka, is of course, you see how tall he is, he acts as the point guard. So it's what happens, it's what takes place all over basketball world now, positionless. If you watch our games locally, of course, you do not have the opportunity except you come to here. But this was not something that we just started at the bar. This was a style of play that we played the whole of last year and the year before too. Playing in such a way that we shoot the ball a lot of times. We move anybody who is opportune to bring the ball down court, will bring the ball down court. And it just like it's all you have to really, really work hard on this. You have to, every team, every coach has to have this philosophy. This is how I want to play. This is how my team will play. This is how we do everything. You have to have all that. And it is imperative that coaches educate themselves. They don't just sit down and be idle. You have to learn all these things and know that basketball is changing, so that by the time you get the opportunity to go somewhere else or your team gets to play there, you will not be caught unawares. You have to have that knowledge that this is how basketball is played right now. And just like you said, of course, my advice to all coaches is that you have to push your players. First and foremost, the time that the team practices is not enough to make any player good. It is just enough for you as a team to fine-tune what you are going to do as a team. But every other thing has to be the player. And like I tell my players, if I fix practice for 7 o'clock and I say practice is at 7 a.m. in the morning, I don't want you strolling into the court at 6:40 or 6:45 saying you are coming for practice. You should be here 30, 45 minutes before that time. You should be sweated, laced up, ready to play, so that you have done a lot of work. And so that when I say, okay, blow the whistle at 7 a.m., we start practice, and we end at 9 a.m., still doesn't end for you. You have to now say, okay, I'm done with practice. I am going to take 500 shots before I leave the court or before I go home. So that is what I try to instill in them all the time. You have to put in a lot more work on your own. It is not enough to just come for the team practice and go back home and think that you have done everything. You have to put in work on your own. You have to go to the gym and push weights. If you know that your free throw is your problem, after practice or before practice, come and shoot 100 free throws. After practice, shoot another 100 free throws. If there's practice in the evening, come 1 hour before, shoot another 100 free throws and all that. So that way you become a better player. And of course, it works a lot for us. You come to the court now, you see boys working on things that they know that they're deficient on, and it helps our jobs. It makes our jobs easier as coaches too.
All right. Have further questions?
No.
Okay.
Not for now.
All right, Coach. So we just touched something, which is the coaches in the league. You know, level of in football these days, there's a major complaint among football stakeholders that coaches in the league should find a way to improve. As most of them are very comfortable with what they have. A coach has been sent on a course and was going to be all sponsored by a club. The coach refuses to go for that refresher course and choose to accept another job. You know, so that's more like the mentality we find from indigenous coaches. Is a problem, you know, currently being discussed and all that stuff. So for coaches in the league, you know, what will be your thoughts at this point. Are they doing good enough? Are they technically sound enough? You know, can the MBBF close your eyes and look at it? Of course, you yourself might be an exclusion because at least you've worked with the MBBF for some times now. You've been part of the coaching crew for the Nigeria, the Tigers, you know, and all of that stuff. So can the MBBF confidently look inward and say, let's appoint a coach to head the national team? Maybe not you. Quara Falcons, you know, all of them, you know, Bobo Chiefs and all of them say, okay, the coach of Sisus can come and take over the reins. And you know, when you are heading a national team, you're going out to play against the best from other countries. So what's your thought on that?
Well, so far, that's the way the MBBF has been working. There is a rule that says whoever wins the league for that particular year becomes coach of the national team for the next coming year, or until somebody else wins the league. And then, so it's not as if it's a fixed position. They try to encourage coaches that, hey, you are going to get a national team opportunity if you win the league, or you come second, or you come third, and then you are going to be part of the coaching crew. So it's something that they've been doing. And just like you said too, coaches have to educate themselves. It's not enough to just sit down. The game changes at a rapid pace every day, so you have to be up to date in whatever it is whatever changes that are taking place. I had the opportunity to go and sit with an NBA team for 1 month, the whole of training camp and preseason games, just to see how they prepare for the tournament and how they prepare for the season and all those things. So opportunity like that always abound. You have to make the most of it and all that. So the MBBF too also has to be professional. I don't think there has been a coaching course. I know that there are individuals who have done that too, and just the next month there's a coach a Nigerian who is one of the video analysts on the Portland Trailblazers. He's having a clinic in Abuja.
Okay.
Of course, we are going to try to blow that one out too, make as many coaches as possible who can make it to Abuja, come to Abuja, and then learn a little bit too. Also, me and one of my colleagues we are also planning sometime after that, maybe in August or just before the league starts, we are going to have another coaching clinic just to bring them up to date, up to speed with whatever it is that they need to know to help their careers, to help their teams for the forthcoming season. So it's all something that we all should have a hand in it to do, and we are planning on doing that.
Coach Ogo Ododu, coach of Rivers Hoopers, third place finish at the just concluded Basketball Africa League, right here in the studio with us today. 95.1 FM, reaching you from the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Reliable Reliance to Donyanis. My name Henry Ogugwa is here, Young Chuks Chukwuzite is here, and I do have Nelson Odia. So it's time for you to be part of the conversation via the microphone, even as we still have a couple of questions for Coach to address as we head into the new season in basketball in Nigeria. So it's time for you to be part of the show. 0817 0000951 and 0810 951095. On the SMS and WhatsApp portal is double that 0701 933 996. So that is 0701 933 9962. We've asked him several questions, but we do believe that you do have your own question at which you want to throw at Coach. He is here to take them. So let's head to the phone lines. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon to you.
Yes. I bring you cavalry greetings from my domain here in Orazi, Reliance, and the guys in the studio.
Obinna, great to have you join us. Go ahead.
Yes. Coach, let me first of all congratulate you for the massive success you've achieved with your team, Rivers Super. It's not easy, at least for what basketball is. It's not easy getting to those heights, especially in the continent. But I have a question for you. I don't know, I've asked you this question before in a sister station, but I will still want you to put more light on the question I'm asking. Coach, what are you doing to ensure? Hello, Coach, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you. Go ahead.
What are you doing to ensure that all these bright stars that Reliance has been reading out their names like Premiership players is not easy? What are you doing to ensure that after this achievement in the continent, when we get to the big stage, and I'm talking about the Olympics, the World Cup, and whatever it is, that some I know not all, that some of these your players will be included. Because the narrative has been, after all this success, once we get to the World Cup or Olympic or something, we'll start carrying players from abroad, players from here. I don't know if have any of your players played in any of these big stages like this, just concluded World Cup or something, or is there anyone that is heading towards that direction, or is it after all this, will your players just end like our normal NPSL players? Because the same thing is even happening in the wrestling federation, where we get a recycling of names here in year out. Is there anything you're doing to ensure that some of these your players are included when you get to the big stage, like World Cup and Olympics? That is my question for you, sir.
Thank you very much. That is a very, very interesting question.
Yeah. So Obinna, you're going to have to drop the call so you can answer, yeah?
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you very much. So, Coach, you're going to have to address that one, then afterward we pick further calls.
Okay. Yeah. Well, like I said, that's a very, very interesting question. Like you're saying, what am I doing? What I do is to showcase those players to the best of my ability. Okay? When it gets to the national team, we have a team manager, we have a technical committee, and then we have all sorts of people. What I also do is I am consulted as a national team coach and say, okay, can you send the best 10 home-based players that you have? And I recommend the best 10, which means I have done my part. The final list that is selected lies in the hands of the technical committee of the MBBF, who put their heads together and say, okay, this and this and this and this are the ones who are going to come. Also, Obinna is his name, right?
Yeah.
If you follow basketball in the past year, you will know that most of the tournaments that Nigeria have gone for were mostly prosecuted by a majority of home-based players. The last Cup of Nations qualifiers that we have in Tunisia, we had 9 home-based players and 3 foreign-based players that went. We went for the World Cup qualifiers. Unfortunately, we didn't qualify for the World Cup, but the last World Cup qualifiers, the last window that we went for, was purely made up of 10 home-based players and 2 others. So home-based players have been really, really included in all that is happening right now, and I think it's a very, very good thing. If you follow more closely, you will know that it's like that. Like the female team, they are in camp for the Olympics now. They have not been joined by the pros yet, but they are like out of the 20 that are invited, 15 or so are home-based players and 5 pros. I know that a lot of pros are still going to join, but at least for 15 to be in camp and practicing, it's a big start. So the narrative, just like you said, is gradually changing. It's not the same thing anymore. The home-based players have shown that they can play, so a lot more attention is going to be given to them now.
Okay, more like a follow-up to the question that Obinna asked, because again, when it comes to performance, if I have the opportunity to select, who do I mention now?
Maybe again Vincent or is it someone playing out?
Maybe anywhere. Okay, let me just use the NBA for instance.
Okay.
If I have the opportunity to set up a team right now, and Luka is available, I'll close my eyes and pick Doncic. You understand? Because the attribute, the capacity, the capabilities, I know. You need him from 3 points. You need him from
the post.
I just know that this guy is there. Then let me not even talk about Steve Curry because we know what he brings to the table. So a follow-up to that question will be: are there individual skills where you can teach these players and say, look, for you to play at the national team, these are the kind of skills required? Or other coaches can also say, for you to play at the national team, I mean, you've taken the national team outside this country, and it was even though it didn't meet up the eventual end, but it was a surprising performance, So are there individual skills like that where you say, guy, learn this thing?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying when I was responding to your question.
Yeah.
I'm saying, that your free throws are not too good. Of course, you have to say, okay, you are a all-round player. You are good defensively. Your 3-point shots are good. When you drive to the basket, you're strong. But every time you get fouled, you go to the line and you miss 2 free throws. So stay after practice or come before practice and take 100 free throws. Stay after practice and take an additional 100 free throws. That way, you will improve. You will have improved on your free throw shooting, and your game will be well rounded. But just like I said, you can only say it. If you cannot enforce it, if he does not want to do it, the only way you can actually enforce that is during your practice time, when you will say, okay, you must shoot free throws. If you miss, you will run. If you don't, so all those ones. But on your own, you have to be able to wake up and say, I want to become better in this aspect. And until the player himself is willing to do that, there's nothing you as a coach can do.
Okay. So, now I believe the question has been answered, but if not to your satisfaction, the phone lines are still there. 0817 000951 and 0810 9510951. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody in the studio.
Good afternoon to you. What's your name?
Good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Reliance, the man who is the one of sport in Africa.
Thank you. Comrade Desire.
Comrade Desire. Barry Dakara. Calling from Tampa. Hope so you understand Pidgin English, because now we can I will use.
No wahala. We understand Pidgin.
Bonjour. I greet you from my other end. I appreciate your work, though. Basketball, though, I don't really understand that, but my days, when I was staying in Uniport, I have one fine girl with the drum. She doing very well. She's going for Uniport, but I don't ever understand that. But I just like the way they do, and I just want to encourage you more and more to make you no tired to the drum, because they help us, they help the youth, they remove some bad element from their mind, make them to feel free. It's not easy to at least give your own schedule to focus on them, to help them grow their talent. They may God give you more power and strength to move them on to the higher standards. And also, thank you to Reliance to the keeping us updates on all the youth sports in Nigeria. They may God bless Reliance as they remain the man with one of sports or Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Commendation there for you, Coach. Today's Coach's day, not my day, so he gets all the commendations and all the praises. I'm always here for you guys. I will continue to do our bit to ensure that you have the best of sporting conversation. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Happy Sunday.
Thank you very much. No photocopy from Rumibo, please.
Thank you, brother man. You are right.
Okay.
I greet your guests in the studio, the coach, and I greet everyone listening.
Oh, greet you back.
For the few years ago till now, the coach has been really doing well for basketball team in the River State. At least he introduces a lot of stars that later transferred into national team and what have you. But a little question I want to ask, I don't know if this has been addressed, but if it has been addressed, don't be offended, because I joined you about 10 minutes ago.
Understood.
So the question I want to ask is that how do they regroup players, these basketball players, into the basketball team of River State? Do they have a basketball academy or a training center in River State? How do they find them? Because in those days we used to have something like inter-house sports, chairman's competition, a local competition that introduced talent. We see people from sports council and pick them up. But for now, I have not really heard anything of sort. Because why I ask that question is that when this set of players that is using maybe graduated to the next level, maybe have a more better commitment, or clubs coming for them, or other countries coming to pick them up. It's an age grade competition, it's an age grade sport. You need to have more people replacing them, because as far as I'm concerned, the way it stands now, him and the Wrestling Federation, they've been doing very well. So how do you regroup? Because I've never had a kind of advert. I've been in Port Harcourt for this year, makes it 22 years. I've never found anywhere where they are playing basketball as a kind of the way you see where they are playing football, maybe a free corner or something. So that's my question. Then in terms of development, he talks about a free throw. That is the challenge of every basketball player. When there were a tournament that Nigeria team lost out to a fellow Nigerian. I can't really recall a fellow Nigerian team. They got up to 10 free throws. They only got one right. It's a challenge of every basketball player. So there is a free need for him to really take them on in that area. Because you see when the opportunity came, you will be 5-10. You have 5 free throws to equalize, and because in basketball, the more you score, the more you motivated, the more you score. But when you look at the scoreline, you became weak. So you really need to, our own players and those are coming up, him as a coach, you really need to show them the need of developing in that regard, because you can't be a basketball player without a good in free throw, because it comes out always. Sometimes in a whole match, you have free throw up to 15, 20, but people will keep missing them and hinder your chances. I appreciate him and congratulate him. He's doing well. Let him keep on the good work. Thank you. That's my take part.
All right. Thank you very much. Now for the copy from Rumigbo. So, Coach, one is a question. The other is an encouragement as well as a recommendation, what or a suggestion, what ought to be done. So you address the question first.
Okay. Like I said, if you come to Niger Street in town, number 59B, Niger Street, there is a basketball gym that is built there. If you come there every day, morning and evening, you will find basketballers practicing there. We also have an academy that is there too, where young players are being groomed by another coach from River State, Fubara Onyonabo. He's there Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and has over 100 kids. So this is where we select our pool of players from. Every time people come there to come and play, and we see anybody that has a little bit of promise, a little bit of prospect, we encourage him, and then we see if we can bring him in. If we need a particular type of player that we cannot find from River State, we will go outside the shores of River State to look for that kind of player. But trust me, if you come to Niger Street, this question that you say you do not know where they play basketball, if you come and you see the number of kids that come there to play basketball every day, you will be very, very surprised. So it's something I want you to do. Take some time and come to town, Niger Street, number 59, basketball gym, and you will see that basketball is really, really growing in River State.
Okay, so that's it for you. For the copy. Make your way to Niger Street. I've been there. During the Coach Fubara's clinic for basketball, I was there. And then during the MBBF Super 8 played here in Port Harcourt, I saw a lot of kids who were like cheerleaders and for Rivers Hoopers, and many of them are basketball players and all of that stuff. But to see things for yourself, you can make your way there to also witness what Coach has talked about. Okay, so keep the calls coming in while we switch attention to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, because we have you to do. But yeah, very soon we will we'll have to let you off so you can attend to other things. Hi, Coach. My name is Obina from Morazi. Let me first congratulate you for your achievement. But my honest question is, what are you doing to ensure, that some of your players represent Nigeria in the big stage like World Cup or Olympics? Because the trend is when we get to this stage, all we see and hear is players from abroad. Hope you and your team can change that narrative in Nigeria, because it's also happening in football and especially wrestling, where we recycle the same names year in, year out. How and what are you doing to change the narrative in basketball? I'm Obina from Razi, a Manchester United chieftain and the Prince of Heartland. Okay, thank you very much, Obina. You did call in to say that, and Coach did answer that. Let me see if we have something from the SMS portal. Okay, so this was for Faustina in the morning. So keep the calls coming in. We're going to have to let Coach go in a bit so he can attend to other things that he has for today. It's not just Today95.1 FM that he has in his roster today, so we're going to have to let him go in a bit. So you still have the opportunity to weigh in. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. Coach, let me just ask this question. Chucks, you have a question? Okay.
Okay, Coach, talking about the success rate, I think, we have also hammered on the success rate. We actually wowed some persons like me. Well, I'm not going to be the person I'm going to depend on the one season wonder. I'll just tell me that way. because nobody expected that run, and that way you did it was amazing and shocking to us. So how do we sustain this? Yeah, you have said Perry has gone to Rwanda to play another league, so it's more likely it's going to be a chop and change because the rotation is not in the squad. Next time you're going to go to the bar, we're going to be a different squad. Unless you're telling us that we're going to have the same guys come back next bar. And so how do we sustain it? It's sustainable at the main thing. If you do this and next season you are knocked out in the group stage, I'm sorry. The way we stem Nigeria that last 2 years, you're going to have to look at us again.
Like you said, every team's success actually does not depend on the foreign players. Every team's success at the BAL depends on the local players. So like 50, 60 to 70% of the job we need to do to be a success next year is right here at home. What we do is bring in those imports to come and complement whatever it is that we did. Just like you said, there's no guarantee that we're going to have the same set of crowd, same crop of players to come play for us, okay? But we'll get people similar to them, and hopefully they gel together the way this particular group gelled. But like I'm telling you, on most occasions, it's not about the import players. It's the amount of support that you can get from your players back home here who will step up and say, okay, this is the big stage, I'm going to step up and I'm going to put my name on the map. It is the amount of support that you get from the home-based team that actually tells you how well you are going to do at the BAL.
It's that, you said most likely our leagues are not going to be resumed anytime soon. We don't know. I'm not saying anytime soon. We don't know the dates yet. Yeah. And so the support we get here is not yet affirmed or so solid to actually make them good enough. So yeah, we don't know about the trying to get the foreign guys complemented, but it's not. It's most likely the Paris were the backbone of the team. Define AK superb. Kevin Amayo at some point he stepped up. So these are the main guys that we trusted at some point. Well, apart from that, I think that was the second game that the local guys came in and did some wonders. I think that was just that was the game. Apart from that, just the local guys were just most likely like the inferior guys to the main set of the guys. So yeah, we know that they can actually step up at some point. But since we don't have a league that's running up and we don't have that system that is working already, I don't think it's that's going to be I'm scared to actually trust them to do something in the battle next year.
Like I said, it was also one of the problems we faced going towards this year's battle too. We had to look for games. That was why we insisted on going for that Louis Eden tournament and say you can't just take people that just played only in the final 8 in November and go and play in the championship in May. So that was one of the reasons why we went for that Louis Eden. We said at all costs we have to go. We got to Lagos in the last week and we even played a couple of games too against Hopes and Reed team. At least let's have scrimmage, let's play. Okay, but then what you are saying, I totally understand your question, but it's out of our hands. And except we can organize games for ourselves, which is something we can do, every other thing that you're talking about is out of our hands. If they do not say they do not going to fix the league until November, there's nothing we can do. But all our own is that we have to be ready when that time comes and they say, okay, it's November, we'll do our best to qualify again. And then after that, we can now say, start working towards, hey, like what we initially planned to do this year, just to get games, was to go on the West African playing tour. We are guaranteed 2 games in Benin Republic. We are guaranteed 2 games in Togo. We also wanted to go as far as Ghana and play a couple of games against this team that always comes for Louis Eden Spintex nights. But the only why we could not do that was that all these guarantees, all these games that they say we are going to play on outdoor courts, and which is not, you cannot go and play. You are heading to the bar to go and play this kind of big tournament, and you are going to play a friendly game on an outdoor court. What if somebody falls down on that court and hits his head on the floor? All the outdoor courts are either cement or coulter. What if somebody falls down and twists his ankle? Somebody falls down, hits his hand, and so it was just something that we could not do. But going forward, of course, we can afford to go somewhere, maybe go or even organize a tournament in Port Harcourt and so invite clubs to come and play and get those kind of games. But like I said, our hands are really tied. As there is nothing we can do except the federation says this is what they are open to. So it's really, really a difficult task for us.
Good afternoon, Coach. My name is Tari. Sir, please. Okay, I want to believe the person meant to write, how do you handle pressure when the game didn't go as planned?
Well, In all my years as a coach, I've made up my mind, and in short, I have this philosophy that before every game starts, one of two things will happen. It's either you win or you lose. You have that kind of mentality, and then you put your mind at risk. Everybody wants to win. Game does not go as planned. You dig down deep, you calm yourself down, because if you show your players that you're under pressure, you are putting them under pressure too.
Yeah.
So at all points in time, you have to be very calm. You have to be very coherent. You have to be calm. They have to look at you as you are in control of things, even though inside your mind is turning upside down, flipping somersaults, everything. But you have to show that you are in control and that you are calm. So when you are talking to them, you don't talk to them from a point of panic. You talk to them from a point of knowledge and say, listen, I know you guys can do this. Let's go and do this, and let's claw our way back into this. And most of the time it happens. So you have to keep. How do we keep calm? I cannot explain it, but
you just have to keep calm.
You just have to keep calm. I think it comes with the terrain. It comes with the experience. Once you've been around for a while, you know how to handle situations like that. It's just like being a medical doctor who knows his patient is going to die in the next 5 hours, but he's telling him, listen, by this time next week, me and you are going to be chopping in Kwabi, somewhere this one. So you give them, it's not false hope, but you are encouraging him to do things like that.
We had the general manager of the club while the competition was ongoing, Ifie Osaka, and it was all about how much the state government, owners of the club, have been very supportive. And the evidence is there. I mean, to be able to secure these guys, these foreign imports, and come them here. I mean, you can't do that if you don't have the support of your owner. The money is being provided, you know. So that was a massive support from the owners of the club, which the GM acknowledged. Going forward, it is expected that this will still come. That's one. And two, with what they did, this result is something to show for, that the investment you did was not wasted. So the team went there. And that also goes to show that if you prepare any team well, because I could recall when Rivers Angels went for the first CAF Champions League for women, the preparation wasn't the best, and it showed in the competition. You know, so it shows that if you prepare any team well, even these Nigeria Super Eagles, where they are talking and all that stuff, they will go on to excel. So it is expected that Rivers State government will continue to support Rivers Hoopers going forward, because Hoopers will want to go to the ball again and bring home the trophy. But in the meantime, for what it is worth, for what they have done, Hoopers ought to be celebrated by the owners.
Well, we should. We have been celebrated. Since this present government came, we have gone to visit the governor twice. It has never happened in the history of the Rivers Hoopers before, ever. Okay. And he has been really, really supportive. And of course, I understand his reasons for doing that. When he supports us, or when he rewards us for doing a job well done, other kids are bound to read about the support that he has done. And of course, you'll be tempted to say, instead, I go day road, they do Agbero. Let me go and look for a spot. Maybe one day I will get to the stage where the River State government will have a handshake with me. Yeah. And they have been very, very supportive. Of course, if you also know too that we have a commissioner of sports now who was once a basketballer, who played basketball. So he has a lot of
played basketball?
Yes, he played basketball.
Ah, I didn't know that one.
No, he played basketball. You can confirm from every time you have the opportunity to talk. He actually
so Barrister, they hide that one. If you're listening to me, they hide that one, because I know in football, I know he has well rooted in football. I don't know whether he played football as well.
He played basketball, and that is one of the reasons for our success too, because he has paid particular interest. He is taking basketball to be his own, because it's his own game, so he has taken special interest in the River Supers Basketball Cup. And of course, he takes it to the higher level through, and the governor has said, okay, my commissioner play basketball, let me pay attention to his club too. So that's the kind of sponsorship, that's the kind of support that we're being received from the state government. And of course, you can tell the difference that he has made so far. I am here and players are sending me messages every day how they want to come and join River Supers, how can they play for River Supers. So that is something that we are, of course, success comes with many friends. So that is something that we're battling with now. Because if you accept to all of them, we will have like 250 basketballers trying to play for River Supers alone. But of course, they notice and they know that there's something great happening in River State. All this thing is not just a mistake, and it's difficult to overlook all the good things that is happening here. So it's all courtesy of the kind of support that we receive from His Excellency, the Governor of River State, through the Honorable Commissioner of Sports, Barrister Chris Green.
Will there be a trophy parade? Yes, it's not gold, it's not number one, but this is the first of its kind in the history of the country since the competition started. So there are many who believe that there should be a parade. Start from Niger Street, move across, places, and then end up in Government House and be hosted by the governor or something like that.
Well, I sincerely hope there's something like that too. I cannot say if there will be, but I sincerely hope there's something like that, so we can outlargely showcase the team for all the things that they did, all the weeks and months they spent sweating was not in vain and all that. So I sincerely hope there's something like that too.
Okay, all right. Hopefully something like that. So this is like. Should I say an appeal to the government to celebrate River Super, celebrate basketball in Nigeria, celebrate the achievements that have been made by these guys to represent, to give the country a better name out there as well as the state as well. So it's running into River State, and it also to give the state a good name. So they ought to be celebrated, as much as many will also argue that they are looking for a way to take sport out of the government, because Nigeria's sport, and almost all of them, basketball, volleyball, maybe except handball.
Handball is still in the hands of the...
It's still in the hands of government, because most of the clubs are owned by government. Yeah. So looking for a way to take sport out of government. Government should just play the role of giving the enabling environment for private investors to come in, because people believe that way is going to be more result oriented. There's going to be more accountability in terms of results. What you invest, you see it, and see the evidence of the investment, and then it's going to be more competitive, because this club will go and get this player, and the other club will look at it and say, no, I have to get a player that topples the quality that the other club gets. And in the end, there is that stiff competition, high competition, which increases the level at which Nigeria, or let's say Nigeria in totality, can compete at any competition. So we're going to have to let Coach Ogo go. He has been here with us for an hour plus. Coach, thank you very much for making our time to join us. Hopefully that trophy parade comes comes very soon. Hopefully there is an invitation to come to the Government House and to go and welcome the team properly. I don't know whether you people have been welcomed properly, because you know the reason why I'm saying this thing. Nigeria gets to go into the AFCON. Yeah, it's football, we know. Nigeria gets to the AFCON, finished second. They came back. People were given awards, MON and all of that stuff. I also know a certain country where I think it was a third place finish. They had presidential handshakes and all of that. I can't recall the competition and all of that. So for what this is worth, the first of its kind, many didn't believe River Supers to get here. Like I started off in this studio, I didn't believe it, and all of that stuff. So you were able to scale through all of that. So I think it's worthy of that invitation to the Government House, Okay.
Let me also say that to our greatest surprise, when we got off the plane in Lagos from Rwanda, the Honorable Minister of Sports was right there at the airport, waiting to receive us. Of course, it's never happened before, and it was a pleasant surprise. And he was really, really excited, and he was saying he was there on behalf of an appreciative Nigerian government, and then the weeks and months to come, that we were going to hear from
the presidency.
From the federal government. So we're still waiting. We're still waiting on that yet. And just like you said, of course, I think Nigerians really appreciate what happened for the minister to fly from Abuja that morning to come and welcome us at the airport himself. So he was there with the Honorable Commissioner of Sports too, Barrister Chris Green. So I'm thinking, it may take a while, but something eventually will happen.
We'll keep monitoring and ensure it happens, so that it has to happen. It has to be celebrated. It motivates other teams to want to go there and do their bits. Because I don't know if you want to hear this, but let me just read it. Good afternoon. Congrats to you. The match you played over time really cut my ticket. You just have to compensate me, please. Hanson.
Oh my God.
Okay, so they are concerned Nigerians from the other side.
That's really funny.
Well, there's nothing coach can do in that regard. What you do is more or less something of chance or prediction, because you cannot. There is nobody that can outrightly say how these games are going to end or are going to go. So the coach it's not in his hands to do that, to decide whether it will go.
Especially the games at this season's BAL. There was no way you could say this is going to win, who is going to win, everything. Everything was just a surprise, and quite sorry that I caught your ticket. The next time, please call me ahead so that I'll let you know before you place your bet.
Which is something even you yourself cannot decide how the game will go.
I cannot decide how the game will go.
So even if he makes that call, it's still more or less, something of chance, and all that stuff. So that's why some of us decide to stay away from that stuff, because we can't manage the heartbreak. But I have experts in managing heartbreak around me. I'm not going to call their names, but just know I have people like that. There's how you manage the heartbreak, and all that stuff. But people like me, no, I cannot. So, Coach, thank you very much for hoping for that invitation to the government house. I know you're going to tell us once it happens.
Of course.
And also invite us to be there.
No problem.
So thank you very much for making that time to be here to join us today, spending quality time to look into if we can have you here, we can continue this discussion till 6 p.m. Trust me, and won't get tired. Won't get tired. Several questions, because it's been 4 seasons of BAL now. And I think it has, what's the word? The impact has been enormous in African basketball, from what we've seen. And one thing that people have commented is you must have at least 2 foreign imports coming, probably from America and all of that stuff. So the impact has been enormous. It's becoming very competitive than before, just like what we have in the CAF Women's Champions League, men's football equally growing. So we can talk a lot of things. We can talk about from Dakar, having to move from Senegal to Rwanda. I think there was there was a certain people that played in Egypt. It
started in South Africa. The Kalahari Conference was in South Africa. Then the Nile Conference was in Cairo, Egypt, and then the Sahara Conference, which was in Dakar, Senegal.
Good. So it was a 3-country thing. I don't know when Nigeria is going to be part of the host nation with the way basketball is in the country. But again, we are hopeful, because you need the facilities.
And yes, and they're actually building a facility in Lagos right now, in Lekki. But of course, really, it won't be ready until 2026.
Okay.
So eventually, at that time, we will now we'll be able to host one of the conferences. But for now, we'll just have to go elsewhere to go and play.
Okay. So the point is, we can talk about a lot of things. We can talk about the food in Rwanda and South Africa. Ghana was not there, so we'd have talked about Ghana jollof and Nigeria jollof. So Ghana was not part of it. So we can talk about
Senegalese jollof. No, it's just Senegalese.
Yeah, but there's no comparison to Nigerian.
It's not, it's not compared.
Nigerian jollof is Nigerian jollof.
You understand?
It cannot be compared.
You can't compare. So it's just what it is. So we have to end things there so they can go attend to other matters that you do have. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Tell GM that next is going to be him.
GM, you here?
We're going to invite GM to join us. Thank you very much, Coach Ogo Odaudu, for joining us today. Do have a wonderful day and a successful day ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right.
Nwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Thank you very much for being right there with us, and thank you for being part of the conversation since the 1 o'clock hour up until this point. We've spent quality time discussing football because we had coach of Rivers Hoopers, Coach Ogo Ododu, being part of the conversation. And of course, we do appreciate you for making that discussion complete. I see it calling and sending your question via the SMS and WhatsApp portal as well. Thank you very much. Now let's switch attentions to athletics, as we did have the Athletic Federation of Nigeria trials, and in a bit bright, Nadozie, who was at Benin to cover the AFN trials, will be joining us via the phone line to take us his experience, things he saw, as well as the ongoing athletics, or make that Africa Senior Athletics Championship going on in Douala, Cameroon. We'll let you in on what's currently ongoing in Cameroon, where Nigeria is at the moment. The people that have performed, like I did mention earlier on during the introductory part of the show, that Toby Amoson was injured and so didn't participate in the 100 meters hurdle, the Africa Athletics Championship, and so Nigeria more or less wouldn't be thinking about medal in that particular category. But other ones, the regular suspects were part of it, and we'll update you of what's ongoing in Douala at the moment. Okay, so let's look at the wrap of day 2, as today is day 3 and proceedings are ongoing as we speak, where Team Nigeria added more medals on day 2 of the 2024 Africa Championship in Douala, with 2 of them coming from the field events and 1 from the track. The mixed 4x400 meters relay team, comprising Emmanuel Ojeli, Ella Onujevevo, Dube Mwachuku and Patience Okon George, raised with silver medal in a time of 3 minutes 13.72 seconds. Just behind South Africa, who coasted to gold in 30 minutes 13.12 seconds, while Botswana settled for bronze with 3 minutes 15.93 seconds. Defending champion in the women's hammer throw, Sade Olatoye, won silver this time around with her best throw of 67.72 meters, making his first appearance for Nigeria. Goodness Iradia earned the bronze medal in the men's long jump, making the podium with a jump of 7.75 meters. His teammate Emmanuel Njoku finished 4th with a jump of 7.72 meters. Lionel Kotse won gold with 7.78 meters. He really became the first male Nigerian long jumper to win an African Championships medal after Stanley Mbabeke won bronze at the 2010 edition of the championships in Nairobi. Nigeria men's 100 meters champion Kainsola Ajayi narrowly missed out on a podium placement, finishing 4th with a time of 10.07 seconds to place 2nd in his semi-final race, while Osharite Shakiri missed out on the final, having placed 3rd, 10.29 seconds in his semi-final race. African Games multiple medalist Olayinka Olajide finished 7th in the women's 100 meters final with 11.55 seconds. Favor Ofeli and Rosemary Chukuma both did not start in the semis. That's the DNS. And in Formula 1, how do we call it? Is it DNS? What do you call it in Formula 1?
That's the speed.
Nah, the speed.
It's DNS.
Is it DRS?
DRS, yes. In Formula 1, it's DRS. It's a good thing in Formula 1, DRS. You have the advantage to speed. But when you hear DNS in athletics, it means did not start. So it's not a good thing. And that is why, at the moment, like I did mention during the introductory part, AFN might sanction Favor Ofili and Rosemary Chukuma. But we'll get to more report about that. Making a debut appearance for Nigeria, Adaobi Tabubo raced in the women's 100 meters hurdles final, where she placed 5th. And you're like, Toby. Well, Samuel Ogazi, Dubem Amene, Chidi Okezie, and Esther Elo Joseph all advanced to the men's, women's 400 meters final. In the first 400 meters semi-final, Amene finished 3rd with a time of 45.83 seconds, just ahead of teammate Okezie, who came in 4th with 45.96 seconds. Ogazi won the second semi-final heat with a time of 45.44 seconds. Joseph came in second behind South Africa's Miranda Kotze in a 400-meter semi-final heat, qualifying for the final with a time of 52.26 seconds. Like I mentioned, 100 meters hurdles world record holder and champion Oluwatobi Loba Amuson was dealing with a sore throat, stopped her from competing on Friday morning, responding to treatment according to Athletics Federation of Nigeria. And like I equally mentioned, the CAN was also rattled by the news of Ofeli Favor and Rosemary Chukuma facing a probable sanction by the Athletic Federation of Nigeria Technical Department for abandoning their women's 100 meters event. There was, however, some cheering news later in the day as the athletes received new kits from AFN and some athletes made some strides in their respective sessions in the evening session, with the mixed 4x400 meters relay team winning silver in their own competition, as I earlier dropped. So that is how it was for Team Nigeria Day 2, a wrap of Day 2. Our proceedings started on Day 1 for you. But before then, we have to look at the Athletic Federation of Nigeria's trials in Benin at the Samuel Ogbomodia Stadium in Benin. And like I mentioned, Brighton Adozie covered the event live. In a bit, he will be joining us via the phone line to talk us through. But let's list out some athletes that put up hair-raising performances. Let's start with Kai Inshola Ajayi, 100 meters. He became the fastest man in Nigeria after winning the men's 100 meters race in 10.14 seconds, finishing ahead of Alaba Akintola, who ran 10.16 seconds for second position, and Usheritse Ishekiri, who came in third in 10.22 seconds. Alex Chuku, 100 meters hurdles. Well, that's Chuku Kelu, not Chuku. So Chuku Kelu, a Texas native who hasn't visited Nigeria since 2010, ran 13.92 seconds to secure gold. He began the title chase by running the best time in the preliminary round at 13.82 seconds on his senior international debut. The next is 200 meters Sunday Okon. Okon pulled an upset in the men's 200 meters final, storming to a new personal best of 20.80 seconds to win. He defeated Alaba Akintola, who was second in 20.81 seconds, while third place Consider Ekanem followed in 20.88 seconds. The next is Dubem Amene in 400 meters. Amene succeeded in his vengeance mission, winning his first national 400 meters title in a time of 45.44 seconds. Emmanuel Ojeli, who was second in the season best, 45.69 seconds, just edging out Dubem Wachuku, who posted 45.70 seconds, which is also his season best. In 400 meters hurdles, we saw Real One Alawanle, who emerged the champion by clocking a time of 51.74 seconds ahead of Oshewe Salami, who placed second with a personal best of 52.50 seconds. And then they came in Chukwuebuka Enokochi in shot put. He won his fourth consecutive shot put national title with a mark of 21.37 seconds, needing just 3 attempts to achieve that feat. In javelin, we had Prosper Chinecherem. Chinecherem threw 77.73 meters to claim the title, remaining dominant on the national scene since his first triumph in 2021. Then in high jump, well, these days the name we call is Bess Erire. Erire jumped 2.25 meters for the first time in his career to win his second national title. He attempted 2.28 meters but missed all 3 attempts. Erire, a student of business management at Texas Tech University, will be looking to one day surpass Anthony Diata's national record of 2.27 seconds. That's for the men. How did the women fare? In the women category, Chioma Onyekwere in discus, donning her branded kit, Onyekwere threw 59.43 meters to win the title, beating African Games champion Obiagere Mechi, who threw 59.25 seconds for second place. Ashley Anumba finished third in the event with a throw of 57.00 meters. Favor Ofili in 100 meters won her first 100 meters national title, powering to a season's best of 11.06 seconds. Of course, win advantage will be plus 0.1 on automatic Olympic qualification. Then Precious Nziako in 200 meters won the women's 200 meters national title in a new personal best of 23.14 seconds. She edged Olayinka Olajide, who was second in a personal best of 23.17 seconds, while Ella Onujuvevo was third in 23.73 seconds. Then there came Toby Amuson, the world record holder in 100 meters, where she was in a class of her own as always, exerting her dominance to storm to her fourth consecutive 100 meters hurdles national title. She powered through to finish, clocking a time of 12.78 seconds ahead of Adaobi Tabubo, who finished second in 13.33 seconds. She is the one that represents Nigeria in 100 meters hurdle in the ongoing Africa Athletics Championship. Right? And could only finish fifth, but was second in Nigeria. Okay, I actually did not say anything, but yeah, it is what it was. No, I didn't say anything. No, I didn't say anything. I just said that it's what it is. It's what it is. She finished second in Nigeria, finished fifth.
And she's just started. She's a newbie. She's just starting.
Okay.
She's running against more experienced people.
Okay. Kosi wala. Let me use our language and answer you. Kosi wala. No, Adaobi is not Yoruba. That should be Igbo.
She's Igbo. She's
Igbo. So.
Irish. She was born in Nigeria. I didn't get, but her parents relocated to Ireland at a young age.
So this is Wadira. All right. So 400 meters, Esther Joseph emerged the women's 400 meters champion, fending off the challenge of Patience Okon-George in 51.70 seconds. Okon-George ran her fastest time in 5 years, but that wasn't good enough to get the gold medal. She finished second in 51.76 seconds, while Imabong Seuko, a regular name, finished third in a season's best of 52.04 seconds. Ronke Akombi, an SS3 student at Egbado College in Ilaro, put up a thrilling performance to win the women's title in the 1,500 meters, storming to a big personal best of 4 minutes 19.49 seconds. It was the second fastest time ever by a Nigerian woman after being pushed the way by Comfort James, the 800 meters champion. SS3 and she do. And we have people who say they say young in their names, and we don't know what they were doing when they were in SS3. So that's the wrap for you. You can't be young and be wasting the youngness. So that's the wrap for you. That's how it was. You know, the stars at the Athletic Federation of Nigeria trials that went down in Benin. So at this point, let's establish connection with somebody that was live at the Samuel Ogbemudia stadium, I beg your pardon, and monitored all the competition, all the events, everything. And of course, he's going to talk to us. He is on the line at the moment. We do have Bright Naduzie on the line with us. Bright, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon. I think we give you a yellow card because I cannot. I don't know the names for the guys in the studio with you there. Good afternoon, but good afternoon, Port Harcourt. It's good to be here.
Okay, so your yellow card has been flashed. You asked for it, you got it. So you've been yellow carded for not knowing the names of the guys. So you know you're gonna have to pay a fine. So
I know I've heard Chooks. I know I've heard about Chooks. I heard his voice.
Why wouldn't you know Chooks? If you don't know another person that Chooks, you go know. So, but we are saying the same thing now. You know Chooks, you know the name. Because see what I'm you still have your yellow card, so you're gonna have to pay a fine. That may I say that I have to pay fine. We never find I have to pay fine.
People be taking prizes from Akwa now.
All right, Bright, great to have you here. Back to Port Harcourt, I want to believe. How was the journey of the entire Athletic Federation of Nigeria National Trials? Sum it up for us, what you saw.
Okay, let me start with let's start from start of everything. So let me just start with the organization itself generally. I think if I'm to rate it, if it's 1 to 10, I'll give it 2 or 1.5.
Are you being serious right now?
Yes. The reason I'm giving 1.5 is because we as we are speaking, US trials is ongoing. The US trials is ongoing. You need to check the picture quality of US trials. One, you need to check the medals. All the athletes are one something for herself. By the way, Richardson, this lady, you need to look up for her in Paris in the women 100 meter. She just won her race and she was given a gold medal. You need to see the gold medal. So beautiful. Ask yourself, the lady that won the 100 meter final here in Nigeria, the trials, was she given any medal? Nobody was given any medal. So our organization, publicity-wise, is so poor. But still, we still have champions emerge from the national trials.
Okay, is it as bad as what we are getting? Because we just got this report coming in that athletes at the ongoing African Athletics Championship in Douala, Cameroon, are poised to pull out of the championship due to poor organization. Now, this is not Nigeria's own. This is by the CAA, Confederation of African Athletics, ongoing in Douala, Cameroon. And athletes from Nigeria are threatening to pull out because they feel it's poorly organized. So, talking about the organization, you are not in Douala, but I mean, could it be as bad as what we have in Douala, according to the athletes? One of them spoke. Let me see if I can get the quote. I might pull out of the championship before the final day due to disorganization. If we can't take ourselves seriously, who will then? This is Lesile Tebego, a Botswana athlete. Then Mario Tolu, that is Ose Mario Tolu, Ivory Coast, a popular athlete, said disorganized. Fewo Villa of Nigeria said not organized. So 3 countries, Botswana, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, they're all saying that what is happening in Cameroon is not properly organized. I don't know. Should I conclude that Nigeria's own was better organized than Cameroon's own? Because we didn't hear reports of athletes threatening to pull out.
But let me also shock you. Are you aware that most of our athletes did not also run in the trials too? Although some of them are very qualified. Now let me just get this straight. In the national trials, we have one of the best stadiums where we use. One of the best. I have to put one of the best. The Samuel Obemudia Stadium here in Benin City, Edo State, is one of the best because stadium announcer, spot on, the floodlights, spot on, tracks. I have to do some sprints on the track. The track was bouncing. Now, I don't talk about it some other day. The track you use in running 100 meter, 200 meter, 4x400, and 4x100 meters also matters. It also aid you in winning any race you want to run. But that's a discussion for another day. But the tracks that the Benin City had was fantastic, and also the pitch, the field itself, Okay, because Erekwache said yesterday that compare that of Benin and what is happening there in Douala, Cameroon. Douala, Cameroon pitch is kind of high. I don't know why. I don't think the place is not even smooth. That was what complaining. So for Cameroon, the stadium announcer, you know what they use in an announcer? You remember when you want to sprint the 100-meter race, the gun sound, it needs a connector. Yeah. So the gun sound that they used was GBL, you know those Bluetooth radio.
Oh bro, don't do this, bro. Oh my goodness, don't do this. No, Bright, I'm not gonna accept it. Bright, wait.
One of my friends told me that maybe they bought that one from Garrison.
Bright, we are talking about Africa. Maybe just not be Nigeria, not be Port Harcourt too. Hey.
Let me shock you. 2018, this Mariotoli we're talking about, the Cote d'Ivoire 100-meter sprinter.
Yeah.
She won the 2018 Commonwealth Games. Fantastic runner she is. She's going to participate in the African Games. So why can't you give her the best? Toby Amusan, the world record holder, Commonwealth back-to-back champion, national back-to-back champion, the world face of athletics, should be participating in the African, participating in the championship that your country is holding. You cannot bring the best. You cannot do the best. I think in Africa, not even in Nigeria, in Africa, we're not ready. We're not getting it right. Somewhere, maybe. I don't want to use the word in radio, but I think we are really backward. We are really backward because most of them is pulling out. It's not helping. By the way, those persons that are pulling out in Nigeria, I heard what you are doing your introduction, and AFN will not sanction anybody, by the way, because all of them, they've already qualified. Favour Ofili has qualified. Rosemary Chukwu, one of the sprints. In fact, I had a discussion with her. She told me that she started selling Okpa in Lagos. She started Okpa from Okpa. She went to national trials from there. Boom, LSU, and today, Favour Rosemary is the name of anyone they like to talk about in the 100-meter race. So, Rosemary Chukwu, Favour Ofili, Toby Amuso, Ogaze. I'll talk about Ogaze in a bit. I call him my main man. I always call him my mommy's pet. It's actually calling him mommy's pet. All of these are athletes. They've already qualified for the Olympics.
The Paralympics.
Yeah. Whether they participate or not, that is not the issue.
But you know that if okay, talk about the big issue first.
Now the big issue is this. Our women 4x400, we've not qualified in the women 4x400.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm fighting the AFN. Now, in the World Athletics rule books, they said if you want to qualify, if your team wants to qualify for any tournament and you're hosting any trials or any championship in your country, you must invite 2 or 3 countries to come and represent. Then, if you win, you pull off. You are going to any upcoming championship.
Yeah.
So we have the national trials. On Saturday was clocking time. Saturday it started on Sunday. On Saturday I have to ask because it's very important. Bahamas, we couldn't qualify in Bahamas. The 4x4 women 100-meter relay. Yeah. We couldn't qualify because of Patient George Okon did not travel with the team to Bahamas. Because of flight issue, she did not travel with the team to Bahamas. Now, I asked her too. She was also making reference to the AFM for transportation arrangement. So, we cannot use a lady who is running 200 meter or 100 meter to go for 400 meter. You cannot, because that one is it's not a sprint race. It's a race that is so long, so you have to take your time to meet up. So you cannot use the likes of Favour Ofili, you cannot use Toby Amuso, you cannot even use Rosemary Chukwu to run the 400 meter for you. So that is why we did not participate in Bahamas. Now in the national trials, we are supposed to run the 4x4 women relay. We couldn't have it because 2 countries that were supposed to come did not come. And I don't know why the AFN did not say anything. They were just like a Jessica hoping that we are going to do it in Cameroon. You see it? So why can't you do it here? Let me give you one simple secret. You can bring any team, any country, any God knows any country, and come to run. I will win them. They will fight. That is just this. I don't know why they did not take advantage of it. I'm really, really angry with that because that was what we are supposed to do. But we did not do it. No, they said they are going to do it in Cameroon, which means tomorrow, 4x400 meter relay. I don't know how it's going to happen. I just hope, because all the 400 meter champions, they are in town. They are in town in Cameroon. So I hope they come out gun blazing.
Okay.
Back to the travel issue. On Saturday, the team I spoke with some of them. They were angry that they told me, right, that I hope I've heard that they'll be traveling by boat to Cameroon. I said, why? How will they travel by boat to Cameroon? All the athletes were angry. When the sports minister came on Saturday, I had to throw the question to him. Now, in their meeting that they had, because the sports minister had a meeting with all the foreign-based athletes. Yeah. That is one question from that day. I was really angry with it because we were supposed to have a meeting with all the athletes, not only the foreign-based athletes. But that is, by the way, Toby Amuson had to bring that issue again. Toby was so angry. She said it. She asked a question: will the sports minister be in the cruise? According to them, they said it's cruise boat. She asked: will the sports minister be in the cruise boat? They said yes. Will the president be in the cruise boat? They said yes. Toby shouted, "Make we go now! If not, all of us go die together." on the more serious note, she was really angry about it. She said no, that she's not going to enter that any so-called cruise boat. She will use sponsors and they will get to fly. But on Monday, there was a breaking news that the team will be going with one. I won't call it, they should pay for adverts. One airline company that's what they'll be using to dive to Cameroon, and which they did.
Why didn't you remind them that the Super Eagles once used cruise boats as well? I think it was still Cameroon that they went to.
No. See, it also gave that examples. Even the team that came from the president of the federation here, he also gave the hint of the using the boat. Reliance, let me just tell you, it's not nice. Because these guests, let me tell you, these guests, they have to. Remember, they were coming. They just came back from the World Athletics Championship to the national trials. For the national trials, they'll be going to Cameroon. From Cameroon, they have to start preparing for Paris. So the legs need to rest. Their legs need to rest. You don't need to start stressing them this much. So to me, I don't like that cruise boat, and thank God they all went with the flight.
Okay, Super Eagles actually used boats to Benin Republic, at one point. Okay, now let's talk about. It looked like you're also in a cruise boat, because I could feel the breeze from this side. Are you also in a cruise boat? Where are you heading to?
You know those days where someone is not feeling fine, you go put when you get sore throat, you go put sugar with creatine, put them for your mouth, make you think good. That's how I go give Toby. No, she use that ahead of Paris.
Okay, all right. Even though it's open knowledge that you're not a doctor, so nobody should try that thing you just said. Nobody, but please don't try that thing you just said. Do not try it. That thing you just mentioned, please don't try it. He's not a doctor. He's a sports person. Okay, so let's talk about the performances. Now, for instance, Adaobi, I'm going to use her as a case study. She's a rookie, of course, but I think it's going to explain better the point I'm trying to make here. Adaobi finished second behind Toby Amuson 100 meters hurdle in Nigeria. She got to the Senior Athletics Championship going down in Douala, Cameroon. In the absence of Toby, she could only finish 5th. So, would you say that the competition here in Nigeria, is there even, does it make them, how do I put this question? Are they properly being helped to compete at the highest level? I think we're going to have to call you back because we're having a serious call back from your location, which is not helpful to our ears here. So we're going to just have to call you back, yeah? Right. All right, so we'll see how to get Bright back on the line, as that noise was not really helpful for a smooth conversation, so we just had to end that one. Let's see how to re-establish connection with Bright Nadozie, who was live at the Samuel Egbomodia Stadium to cover the Athletic Federation of Nigeria's national trials before the team departed for Cameroon, where they are currently competing, and there are talks of them wanting to pull out. So Bright, the level of competition that we've seen in Nigeria, is it in any way close to what this? I can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Okay, so the level of competition that we'll see here in Nigeria, is it in any way close to what these guys will meet at the continental stage or even at the global stage?
One thing about this competition is not about whether who is competing with you. You might be running in the 100-meter hurdles. For example, who is running in 100-meter hurdles. It depends on the environment you run. That is what matters. It depends on the environment you run. It depends on the environment you run. That is what you also want to consider. Remember Chamisha Queen. Now, Chamisha Queen is the only athlete that can also disturb Toby Amuson when it comes to the 100-meter hurdles, swinging 100-meter hurdles. Adobe, she's trying, let me use your word, she's a rookie, but I don't think she's yet there. By the way, she did not even qualify to the Olympics. Her only way she can qualify was winning a race today. But she did not win a race. She came 4th. So, The competition, I spoke with actually the lady that won the hammer throw in our national trials here in Nigeria. I spoke with her. She just said it that the competition she had from other
Right.
the competition she had from other athletes was not too rich or compared to what she had with other African when she's competing with other African athletes.
Okay, so it's safe to say that the trials is just it's more like a mere formality. Just come and do it because it's in the book that you have to turn up for the trials.
Yeah. Because most of them has already qualified.
Yeah.
That is one thing again. We already know that this person has qualified. Take for example, Matthew. So has already qualified for the Paris Olympics. And in the short put, Chikwe Bukasha, he has already qualified for the short put. And Toby Amusa has already qualified for the women's 100-meter hurdles. Febo Ophelia has already qualified for 200 and 100-meter Rosemary Chukwuemeka, she has already qualified to the 100 and 200 meters, and then the 4x100 meters they've already qualified. Remember what they did in Ghana when they came second and then Ghana came first. We've already qualified. The male 4x400 meter, we've already qualified. We have the likes of the two Dubim, we've already qualified, and Ogazi, my main man, he has already qualified. The 800 meter. 800 meter, we've already qualified. He's a rookie too. He has already qualified too for himself from Nigeria.
Okay.
And here again, our girl is a brome. Definitely she has qualified. By the way, she any moment from now she'll be on the field for a long jump.
Yeah.
She has already qualified.
So from what you've reeled out, Nados here, is there any need to compel the foreign athletes to come for these trials?
It's a big question. But yes, it can, because we can have a shocker. By the way, Febo Ophelia, she won a 100-meter race. Came second was a home girl from Benin. Came second. A little edge. Febo Ophelia used experience to win that race. You see it? Yeah. And let me also give you this a little bit of information. In the women 100-meter trials heats, do you know that we have up to 21 female 100-meter heats in the country? What we did at the trials, unprecedented. A lot of persons came up. A lot of persons turned up to for the 100-meter race. While for the male was 19 heats that we had. So it simply means a lot of athletes, they want to test the dark waters. They want to run, but they don't have the exposure. They don't have the experience. So running with these our athletes, we give them the exposure, we give them the experience, and we also make them to know that next time when they come, we go beat them.
Okay, interesting. So from what you've seen and from what you saw when you were in Benin, what does the Athletic Federation of Nigeria need to improve upon going forward? What needs to be done? What needs to be stepped up to have an even more classic? Although you rated it 2/10, that's quite poor. So to have something close to 5/10, 8/10, 9/10, what needs to improve?
One of the things that needs to improve is this. They need to work on sponsorship. They need to work on bringing capable hands to sponsor these events. I know we have two sponsors there in Benin. I won't call their name. They have to come pay for adverts. But we also have some shop rights here in some shopping mall here in Nigeria that's doing well. If you check in these US trials, you will see their banner too. So why can't they also sponsor the trials here in the country? And also, even in the Grand Prix, the Formula 1 too, one of the sponsors that is sponsoring that for one in the outside the shore of Nigeria, they are also getting the money here in the country. So why can't they put their money in our sport? Imagine this, I don't want to start calling their name because they have to pay for our sponsors, but they need to it's the right time that they start putting their hands in our sport. If they do that, even one of the big telecommunication in Nigeria can also look for a way. If you check in the US too, because I'm following their trials back to back. So if you check the trials, I'm looking at the advert and everything. Most of them, this organization, this company, they are sponsoring what's happening outside. So why can't they do that here in the country? Imagine we have 5 big names, 5 big sponsors sponsoring these athletics. Man, it will be like a world class. It will be like an Olympics on its own. And secondly, publicity too. We need to work on publicity. A lot of persons does not even know that we are having national trials. A lot of persons But many persons came to see Toby Amusan run. In the day one, being on Sunday, when Toby Amusan, when Toby Amusan came to the crowd, when she popped up, because she came late, a little bit late, when she came out, everybody shouted. Everybody came to see her. But in the next day, because she was not running the next day, she was not running. What happened? Most persons did not even want to stress themselves. So why can't we make use of Toby Amusan as the big thing in the world? Remember, she's not just a big thing. She's a record holder. She's not just a record holder. National back-to-back champion. Commonwealth game back-to-back champion. Ever since she started winning it from 2022, she started winning from 2022,
Diamond League,
2024.
Diamond League back-to-back champion as well.
I'm telling you. So why can't we make use of this? There are a lot of things that, especially publicity, sponsorship. We have fantastic stadium that we can go with it. We can organize the championship, but we need to work on that area. Apart from that, everything is superb, from the track and also even the hurdles they use. Funny enough, the hurdle they use was all routine sports festival. Imagine.
Are you for real?
Is it? Yes, even the pole vault, that one they use they will run and pin on the floor to jump. By the way, for the first time we'll be having a Nigerian representing us at the Olympics. A first Nigerian, Jeffrey by name, will be representing us. That bed, the bed he fell on, was just all releasing sports festival.
Do you know what that means?
So I'm telling you, so we have a lot to learn.
What that means, Bright, what that means is that since 2021, they have not. 2021. That was when we had the sports festival in Benin, because that Samuel Gbomudia Stadium was one of the games village that was used. That means they've not rebranded or renamed or touched on those facilities since 2021. That's about 3 years down the line.
No.
Oh my.
So all these things will also affect our athletes. You're not giving them first class treatment and you expect them to give you first class performance. No, you cannot. If you want to get the best out of our athletes, treat them like the best. You will see the best from there. Like what is happening in USA, because I have to give them a talk. They are the close neighbor. That's what is happening there. Even the Kenya trials too. Check Kenya's trials. Fantastic, glamour. So why? Even we have a lot of television broadcasting stations in the country. None of them pick out. If I give us a live coverage of what's happening, the only one that came, I don't know. Should I just say it? I know you were in WhatsApp group when I was angry about it.
Don't say it.
You know what I came? Mess everything up. So it's no. We just hope that we get there, and because we really need to get. We should stop all this fire brigade movement approach of things. We need to work on getting the best out of our athletes, because we have a lot of people that are competing for the 100 meter. We have a lot. In fact, Favour Ofili, she's the top name now in the world. Favour Ofili. Remember, she started with 400 meters.
Yeah.
I don't know if I had to discuss with her. I told her what happened, Favour. She told me that that she's a 200 meter relay. It was just because of that Olympic game. Then she had to improvise. She went for the 400. Now, people started calling her 400 meter runner. But she's a sprinter. She's a damn sprinter. So Favour Ofili has been running 200 meters for us. In fact, at the Diamond League, top names, World Athletics Championship, top names, Favour Ofili. So why can't we give these guys top names? For the first time, we're having a provoker in the Olympics. For the first time, we'll be having 400 meter male, 4x400 meter male. We'll be having 400 meter male. We'll be having 200 meter male. We'll be having long jump. We have 3 names in the long jump for the first time. Not only a Bromé that will be going for the Olympics. So there are a lot of names. Why can't we give them the best? The best.
All right.
The money.
All right.
Also, Nigeria will get the money, but who will bring up?
All right, so it's a lot for the Athletic Federation of Nigeria to find a way to sort it out going forward, as well as give them the best of preparations ahead of the Olympics, and maybe that is also affecting their momentum at the ongoing Africa Athletics Senior Athletics Championship in Douala, Cameroon. We can't exactly tell, but thank you very much, Bright Nadozie, for joining us to give us the detail of what you experienced, things you saw, and how Nigeria's athletics can be improved further. Thank you, Bright, for joining us on the show this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Reliance, and thank you, Choose. Thank you, Port Harcourt. Thank you, Rivers State. I hope to get back soon. Okay,
now here's the thing, Bright. I never forget that fine. You go pay him. That yellow card where you collect.
What do you say?
The yellow card where you collect, you go pay the fine. I don't tell you.
No, I don't have it. If it's Elias, I don't have any issue.
I don't tell you.
We just have to go. We have to start praying Elias. It's very important for our female 4x400 meter.
Okay.
So we need to pray for them because they need to come out well in that because that is the only way we can get another medal come the Paris Olympic game.
Okay, prayer warriors, over to you. I am not one. Thank you, Bright. Do have a wonderful day. All right, that was Bright Nadozie live on the line talking to us about the experience at the recently concluded Athletic Federation of Nigeria's national trials ahead of the Paris Olympics. And right now, most of those athletes are at the ongoing Africa Senior Athletics Championship. Henry, he talked about sponsorship of these things. I don't know why most of these things always look like rocket science. We are watching Formula 1. By the way, the Spanish Grand Prix is currently ongoing and we are getting into... But the time between himself and Norris is just so much time. But I think if you look at where Josh Russell is, probably you say Hamilton is secure to finish on the podium in this one. So we are into the final lap officially. So it's race down to finish. Who comes home? Will Lando Norris be able to close down on Max Verstappen? That doesn't look like it, as Max Verstappen has shown over the season that he can hold down pressure, and this is just not much time. And then there is also Lewis Hamilton in third position. He will have to close down on Lando Norris if he have to beat him, but the time gap is just much, for him to clear. And just about 15 seconds difference between himself and Lando Norris. Just Russell comes in fourth, so it's going to be a 3-4 finish for Mercedes if proceedings stay like this up until the end of the race. Then the Charles Leclerc, who have some 0.476 seconds to close down on Josh Russell, sitting fourth position, and see if he can close down and overtake him and disrupt whatever chemistry Mercedes may have planned to have Hamilton and Josh Russell finishing in a 3-4 position. And then there's Carlos Sainz coming in sixth. There's Piastri in seventh position. There is who's that again at the eighth position. There is an overtaking. I'm gonna have to confirm that name in a bit. I'm gonna have to confirm that name. So we are into the final lap and it's just some seconds before the end of the race. Have we seen the checkered flag already? Yes, the checkered flag is out. Lewis Hamilton finishes on the podium for the first time this season, finishing third. Fourth is Max Verstappen of Red Bull. Lando Norris coming in second. Lewis Hamilton for Mercedes completing the third position. I've just seen the checkered flag out. First three confirmed already. Josh Russell is still battling it out, and of course he completes his first position finish. And the Charles Leclerc coming in fifth. Checkered flag on them already. Checkered flag on Carlos Sainz, who finishes sixth. Is confirmed. Piastri coming in seventh, and then there's Perez, Sergio Perez of Red Bull. Checkered flag not yet, still have to compete and see how he can finish. Alonso in 12th position, checkered already. And of course, that's how we confirm the first five for you. Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, and then Josh Russell, Carlos Sainz complete the top six at the just concluded Spanish Grand Prix in the streets of Catalonia. So it's confirmed, Max Verstappen with another win. Back to the discussion in the studio, Henry. Just look at that. You could see this particular company, it's here in Nigeria. And then if you move, you're going to see other ones. I saw a BA brand. It's also there in Nigeria. Just to link up with what Bright talked about. This is Spain. They equally have base here in Nigeria. Hey, look at that logo. Look at that logo. Look at that logo in the car of Lando Norris. See that logo? A very familiar, app. It's here in Nigeria. Yeah.
Is the office in Nigeria? I thought they opened the Africa office in our Jollof rival.
I think they eventually did not open in Nigeria because there was back and forth. So why is it?
But we have one of the major streaming apps with an office in global. Look, see.
Why is it difficult for them to have this?
It's not rocket.
They are sponsoring these things in other countries. They are here.
It's not. See, one thing is, when Reliance, if I own a business, you come to me with a proposal and I say you're not serious, I will not take you seriously. It's as simple as that. Our administrators, our government, our organizers find a way not to look serious when we go to meet these people, because what is your blueprint? Look, Reliance, if you promise, imagine you want me to put money into something and you tell me to not be on TV, then what is one of the major reasons why I'm putting this thing into TV? Look, truth be told, that if those running or handling the athletics trials told people, if just Toby Amuso is a selling point, just Toby Amuso is enough, you go and meet broadcasters. The first thing is, or the most important thing in all these things, is visibility. That's one of the first things. I'm putting my money. Today, if I wants to sponsor something, put his money into something, it's visibility is looking for, right? That's the most important, because the Today FM logo and everything has to be there, and millions of people have to watch it. So what is one of the first things you do? You try and get media coverage, or you try and get TV coverage for this thing, and you just make it cheap. Even if the rights, you can sell it for 1 billion naira. Dash it out, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. Let's entice people to come. Just Toby Amuso is a brand that people want to see on TV. So definitely, as a broadcaster, I'll be willing to buy into it. And because I know people will tune in just to see Toby Amusa and some of the Favor Phillies, the Ese Brumes actually participate in their supposed hits or competitions or races, and I get the viewership I need. Then as a brand or as a company, when you come and meet me, I know that I'll get visibility via cable TV coverage, or even if it's terrestrial coverage also as well. I'll get the visibility I require or I need, and my brand will be put out there. And you also set a blueprint for me. You give me what you have in store. You show me something. Because it all depends on how you package and bring it to me. How are you arranging the sponsorship? How are you packaging sponsorship? What is the deal like? Is it exclusive? Is it, if I'm not willing to play for exclusivity, how many other brands am I even going to share that slot with and all that stuff? So these are the things that matter. Look, we do not know how to do these things in a part of the world, maybe because of its government, because somehow when private sector tends to organize something, or you see the private sector step into something, it runs and moves so well. We saw the Super 8. We start at the point last year we were comparing the Super 6 and the Super 8. We seriously compared it. People didn't sit down, or really didn't sit down, or we were condemned to sit down to watch the Super 6 because it's our job to do that. But the Super 8, we actually really sat down to watch it. We are not condemned or forced to, but we actually sat down and watched the Super 8 because of the packaging and what they did and what they brought forward. And that's the thing. When you see these private competitions or these private organizations step into or do things, we see the sponsorships flowing in. Yeah, sometimes it could be, he's your guy, you call him, say, bro, how far? Or bring money in, maybe do this thing, that kind of stuff. But even you yourself, those people still parley and liaise with governments, and they'll be willing to put their money knowing that returns will actually come. Some of these big corporations, one of the big mobile corporations in the world, they're beyond mobile phones. They're into a lot of things, construction and co. But they spend about about $14 billion a year on adverts. And this is part of adverts. Things like the national trials being on TV and then putting money in it is part of advert for them. So tap into these things. Yeah, there are issues in the country. We know the cost of doing business has shot up and all that stuff, but nobody is going to run away from putting themselves out there or getting benefits from government, because some of these things could actually give tax rebates and help them save money and not pay as much high taxes as they will normally pay if they get to do these things. So, you just have to present it well to them. It's as simple as, look, if with all due respect, if our people or the people that get to run and organize these sports are the ones preparing the sponsorship package for the NFL and NBA, probably will not be watching them on our screens today, because it would be a total mess. And that's the truth. But we see how well these things are run. We see how well these things are packaged. So it's not rocket science, but look, you can go on and say, why is the sponsorship not coming? The sponsorships are not coming in because we are just not, or the people in charge of these things are not doing the right thing, or they are not even meant to be the people in charge of it. Nothing even stops you or makes it wrong for you to farm it out to a consulting firm to actually help you do these things and put all these things in place, if that will help you get a better result, right? It's not wrong to having a third party come in and actually maybe a private firm to help you organize and arrange these things. It's not rocket science. You can actually think in that line if you feel you're not good enough, because there's that thought, like even when you hear people talk about it, even people that work in the private sector, they're like, those who work in the public sector will actually struggle when they go into the private sector because the dynamics and expectations are totally different. There are no rooms for something like this. I mean, if it was a private organization that is running the athletics trials, the national athletics trials, if it was a private organization running the national athletics trials and it's the mess we saw, a lot of heads will roll. Not literally, but a lot of people will lose their jobs. So there's more sense of accountability when it comes to the private sector than you do see when it comes to the public sector. And that's one of the things that makes you want to believe that probably that's why we get to see this sort of shabby organizations and things like this, because it's not rocket science. Because if you go and meet, there are a lot of them around the place. If you go and meet them and it's within their time frame, and they can, sometimes you could just be even meeting them late. That could be, the national trials is in a year's time or 7 months' time. You gotta meet them a month to the time and start. It doesn't work that way. That's not how these things work. So,
all right,
more has to be done. Proper planning. Like I keep on saying about these things, it's not rocket science. It's not like traveling from here to Mars to Pluto or to wherever.
But do you want to go to Pluto?
Pluto is no longer a planet. So I don't know if I want to go there. All right. But I don't know, the code probably, I'll probably freeze. All
right, Chooks. Lewis Hamilton has just won his first race of the season from third position.
I'll tell you. Oh my God.
It needs to be celebrated. It has to be celebrated.
It calls for celebration.
It has to be celebrated.
Was he on the podium last season?
No.
Yes, once. I think he finished on the podium once.
And this is him finally.
Finally.
So it's glory to
he has won the Spanish Grand Prix from
I think if he now wins a Grand Prix, that means you are going to shut down.
I don't know.
I don't think
no, when the upgrades keep on improving from Mercedes, then I mean, but they've already used how many windows already? How many windows do they have left?
Yeah, I think just one more for them to just.
I think they have about one more window. So I don't know. Maybe that upgrade
this is just how this is. Close to that publicity. They are already done with their upgrades, but it's a nice improvement from Toto Wolff and the rest of them. But you actually say that this man knows how to drive, and that's what I will always say. A good driver is a good car. But I think it's really late and too late for him to actually try to put a threat for us system. See the joy that actually Hamilton has with his fans because of him finishing third. I think it's seriously it's a big one for any Formula One fan, because you see this man actually dwindled down even to the last. I think we loved him to resurrect again, but seeing him on the podium, I saw him on the pole position, that's in the third position prior to this to the race today. And I was like, oh my word, is this real, or my eyes are deceiving me? So now I think I need to go and sleep again and wake up to be sure that I'm actually finished third. It's shocking, but I think the Wolf actually be complaining of a lot of the car's issues and the rest. And I think now they are trying to get it right, and it's sad that Hamilton is going to leave them anytime soon, and this manage will end at least not even in the best way. Just giving me the Grand Prix to just live with. That's my whole issue.
So Chooks, now you see that Hamilton is not done. He's not done.
He's done.
He's not done. He's still a good driver. Like I said,
sports like this,
the car affects sports that there are equipment tied to it, especially equipment that is like say cycling. Cycling, yes, you have to be good, but how good your bicycle is.
Yeah.
Affects how far you go in cycling. It's the same thing. Like if you're playing hockey, your hockey stick is not good, you will not play well.
Yeah.
For sports like this, if you're driving your constructor isn't good, you will not drive well, or the car just isn't good enough. You will not be able to compete favorably. Now, the upgrades have been done. Russell finished on the podium. That was the last Grand Prix, and now this time around, it's third and fourth for both of them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it shows that the upgrades are actually working, and both drivers are not bad. And definitely, you can't even say Hamilton is bad. Even if you want to question George Russell's abilities, you cannot question Lewis Hamilton's own ability. He's a 7-time champion. So, I mean, you cannot question the man's ability. So, I mean, the car, they should just keep on trying, keep on improving. We wait to see what happens next season, because there will be a lot of driver merry-go-round when it comes to the Formula One next season. That's definitely going to happen.
Happiness the fans are getting for Lewis Hamilton, because it's very, I would say, rare for this point in time to see Lewis Hamilton ending in the podium, and it is a very big one. It's a big achievement for him. It's so sad, because it's like I was saying to you, I would say the car has made Lewis Hamilton look like a flop. And it is very bad for Mercedes to downsize this man like this. So I think it's a good thing for him to move to Ferrari. Let's see if the Lewis Hamilton is the same Lewis Hamilton we know before. It's not like will I say Lewis Hamilton has flopped. No, maybe it's the car now that's affecting him. If he move on to Ferrari and he still behaving like this, we'll say Lewis Hamilton is not Lewis Hamilton we know before again. So I'm just happy to see him end up in the podium. Hope he can be able to manage a win against Max Verstappen in the next Grand Prix event that's going to happen. I don't think it's possible, but I'm saying maybe this will give him a boost on his morale, giving a boost that, yes, I've finished in the podium and I can do more. I can challenge Max Verstappen in the next race. I can finish first. I can finish second, because this will give him a boost to his company, boost to himself, and a boost to his teammates too. Good one for him. I hope to see this continue. Maybe even in the next company he head on to, which is Ferrari. I hope to see him bringing this kind of action to the Formula 1, because, like it or not, Lewis Hamilton have a lot of fans than Max Verstappen. A lot of people love him than Max Verstappen. So I think if we continue to bring this joy to people will come to watch Formula 1 more, and maybe to bring more joy and more action to Formula 1, because I've seen the likes of Max Verstappen. This guy is good. Who will challenge him next? Lando Norris? No, maybe Lewis Hamilton. So this will bring more action to Formula 1 races coming in the next season. So I think it's a good one for the man. Continuing in this phase, continue like this, and we'll see him maybe winning the next Grand Prix against Max Verstappen.
A common person, no matter how you guys want to look at him. Lewis Hamilton on the podium, whether he has been winning, he has not been winning, he is a common person, and his happiness is his. So has this finish on the podium confirmed to you that Hamilton is not done? He still has something left to offer in Formula 1. That's the question on the show. I want you to weigh in. Has this finish on the podium for Lewis Hamilton confirmed to you that he's not done? He still has something to offer, and equally confirm that it has been the car all along, not Lewis Hamilton being a bad driver, and so he can bring a very stiff competition to Max Verstappen, who is leading proceedings at the moment. Let me know. SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. The phone line 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951. Those are the phone numbers to call. Has finish on the podium for Lewis Hamilton. Confirmed that he still has a lot in his arsenal to offer and can still compete and win that elusive record extending. Would that be record extending? That should be a new record. Still a record extending anyways, but a new record. That 8th Formula 1 championship. That it has been the car all along. It can compete with Max Verstappen. Some said he was finished. He has nothing to offer anymore. He should leave the sport, but he just finished on the podium. So does it mean it has been a car all along? Lord Lewis Hamilton, can he compete next season at Ferrari, this level, or he's done? You still think he's done, that this is just a one season thing or just a one race thing? Let's know what you think. And if you're a fan of, are you a fan of Lewis Hamilton or are you a fan of Mercedes? Let's play this scenario, guys. If you are a fan, are you going to be following Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari? Let's just assume that you support a fan.
To go and do it in there.
So you stick with Mercedes?
Yes, of course.
You stick with Mercedes?
I go with the franchise. I don't go with personnel.
Okay. So you're a fan of the personnel, the franchise.
Except Lewis Hamilton will show us and maybe create a kind of
wait first.
Ferrari. Except you can maybe boost Ferrari up to the kind of standard that Mercedes have. I will switch my alliance from Mercedes.
Okay, you will now jump Mercedes.
Exactly. That's the
but
only
for Chooks, you stay with Mercedes.
I did my day.
See,
Henry.
Most people who have followed Formula 1 for a very long time or for years, there's your franchise support and there's your driver support. It's as simple as that. My favorite driver now is not my favorite franchise. And it's as simple as that too. But you just enjoy and you keep on watching and you just you hope the franchise does well, but you also hope the driver you support does well. It's as simple as that. So Formula 1 is a very complicated. It's not like football, I'm supporting this club. I'm supporting Chelsea now. If Cole Palmer leaves, I'll still be a Chelsea fan and all that stuff. Or I'm supporting Manchester United now. If Bruno Fernandes leaves, I'll still be a Manchester United fan. Formula 1 is quite tricky because Formula 1 is quite tricky.
Honestly, you have to ask Ronaldo fans. From United to Real Madrid. And when he went to Juventus, they didn't bother buying new jerseys. They just buy marker and put black stripes on that Real Madrid jersey. And then they are Juventus fans.
When he moved from Madrid to when he moved from Man U to Madrid, they just carried their red jerseys and just dyed it
just white. You understand? Madrid, Man U used to have white
there was
shorts.
A white second jersey.
White shorts.
There was white shirt and black shorts. Yes.
So they just find a combination. Now when he went to Juventus, marker, black stripe, and you're good to go. Those ones, nothing consigned them, consigned club. And Ronaldo, now they follow. So this is where they talk. Anyways, it has always been, for many persons, it has been Fernando Alonso. He's still racing.
Yeah.
I opened my eyes to see Fernando Alonso as a lead driver that year, because I followed Formula 1 when I was very small. So I opened my eyes to see it has, and the man is still active. At some point, he was giving Aston Martin a good competition against other teams and all that stuff. So
that's an Alpine.
Alpine, yeah. So if you are you a Lewis Hamilton fan or a Mercedes fan, it's gonna be driving for Ferrari next season. Where will you be? Will you be in Ferrari or you stay with Mercedes? First finish on the podium for the man who has Silverstone as his home Grand Prix, Lewis Hamilton. Has it quelled that school of thought that the man was done? He has nothing to offer anymore. It has been the car all along. Let's know your thoughts. 0817 00 00951 and 0810-9510951. Some minutes ago, we had Brighton Adozie, who told us what he saw at the recently concluded national trials hosted by the Athletic Federation or organized by the Athletic Federation of Nigeria. What do you make of that, the organization? We hear some of the label that was there or that has been there since 2021 still there, and you use that for AFN trials when it is not a sport festival. How do we do these things? How do we make these things look very Herculean in Nigeria? That's in no hard now. Let's just scrape that in, come on, post new one. Or somebody did not budget that. And then for Toby Amuson, 12.7 something ahead of the Olympics proper. Couldn't compete at the athletics championship ongoing in Cameroon, Douala precisely. So what do you make of all of this? And do not forget that today marks the end of the Nigeria Premier Football League season 2023/2024. The winner has been crowned. Yes, the winner has been crowned, but nothing gets more interesting besides the winnership than the relegation battle and the Golden Boot race, as well as continental slots. Enyimba in the running, Remo Stars in the running, Lobby Stars in the running, Shooting Stars in the running, Aqua United in the running for relegation, Sporting Lagos, they are all in the running. Niger Tornadoes, Kwara United. Yeah, Rivers United has been saved. But they face a relegation threatened side in Aqua United, coming down or going down in just a couple of minutes at the Gospel Akwabi International Stadium. Sekiru Alimi, Remo Stars, gunning for the Golden Boot. There is Chijoke Mbaoma. And by the way, last season, anybody had a player running for the Golden Boot? Emeka Obioma. He won it, right? Season before last, they had a player running for the Golden Boot. Victor Mbaoma. So for the third season in a row, Enyimba has had players running for the Golden Boot, if not more than that. What a club. But their most undoing, their highest undoings will be that indiscipline at the cathedral. The first thoughts that came off Chooks when he saw the video was Enyimba just jeopardized their chances of winning the league. The organizers, you did well. Referee wasn't supposed to be a yellow card. You walk out of the game. And when the matter was taken to disciplinary committee, they come out and say, oh, people did well. Yes, according to the framework rule number 2024, yes, you are right to walk out, to stage a walkout because it was not supposed to be a penalty. They did their course.
Or it probably would have been. I mean, if it's me, I'm the sporting director or the owner of a club, a game of that magnitude, I don't care if it's away from home, I'll be there because that could decide whether we win the title or not. I will definitely be there. And the moment I see that happening, probably if I am the sporting director or the owner of the team, if you have termination clauses in your contracts that could probably make me kick you out of that team, I'll probably kick you out after doing that. And even if you're the coach, I'll have you sacked because you yourself, you should control the players. The whole backroom staff will probably leave if I'm the one because you have to control those players and make sure those players play. The players.
Game is going, another one climbs down, just like that. You know, as we just saw the conclusion of the Spanish Grand Prix. So it might happen like that, you know, up there. The match should be underway by now. So we'll try to get reports around some stadiums of where we have marquee matches ongoing of what's going down there so that we bring you the live reports of the final match day in the Nigeria Premier Football League here on today's Sports Live, today 95.1 FM being the frequency. Reliable Reliance Sudonian is my name. Osasi Hiwe is in the studio. Benjamin Mina is here. And there is Ovie Wallace equally here in the studio. They are all common people. Unless Benjamin wants to say that he's not a common person.
Let's serve a word of ordinary people living life the way God wants us to. This is my way of saying good afternoon to our lovely listeners.
Should we form a choir group?
We can form.
As long as Chuck is not part of it.
No, Reliance will not sing. No.
I'm going home. I don't do it again.
I'm going home. I can't stomach that.
For the best sporting experience, always listen to Today's Sports live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. My name is Anazi Ogenyedi, Super Eagles and Transport midfielder. I also listen to the show.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, that's how it's gonna be at this point in time as we are fired up. The reason is because the Nigerian Premier Football League is here for a heart-stopping finale as clubs are fighting for survival and strikers battling for glory. Today offers us a nail-biting relegation battle and a golden boot showdown herald, a final day drama. That's how it is as I take center stage right here for the second half of today's Sports Live, the Sundays edition. My name, Osasi Hewin. You already know you could call me the demigod in the world of sports, or better still, you call me your chauffeur, because I will be the man behind the console to drive you through this ever amazing and exciting world of Nigerian football. It is going down already, and together with me is Benjamin Mina. You heard his voice the other time singing, the froggy one, I will say. But Benjamin, a very good afternoon to you. No offense there, but you sounded...
No offense,
beautiful from the other side.
I'm a very good singer. Anyways, we are not here to sing. Even if we are here to sing, we are here to sing just one song, Ole Ole Ole, for Rangers FC, who have just been crowned the MPFL champion 2023-2024 season. It's been an amazing ride for them, not very easy, fought lots of battles, with the likes of Eimba, Remo Stars, but at the end of the day, I remember Fidelis Elechuku saying, wait till the last day, and the last day is now. And the man has won the league. So on that note, I say welcome to Today's Sports Live, the second edition of it. It's an interesting program. Just sit down, enjoy yourself, and we are going to be your drivers.
All right, we are driving, but just one person. I will drive, because two persons driving, I'll tell you that you should calm down. You should calm down, because two persons can drive you. All right, we've got Ovie Wallace here also. Ovie, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Osas. Good afternoon, Benjamin. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt sports lovers and people listening outside the city. As usual, it's nice to be on the show. The second part, we talk about Nigeria football, talk about the MPFL, as you said, the last day, the last battle. Who takes it home? The qualification spots on the line, relegation zone on the line. Who is going home, who is staying. So it's exciting, and you just have to be happy and proud that the NPFL has grown to this stage where we can see exciting matches. It's an Enugu Rangers. What other way to end your season on a high than also winning your last match and an away match? They are still up against Gobe United 2-1. I don't think Gobe United are even played. They're already relegated, so maybe they just
want to just end this play for pride, but who has more pride? The people that are going bye-bye or the champions? It's nice how the MPFL is going, and with that, I say good afternoon again, Osas.
All right, and for your listening pleasure, I would like to let you know that Rangers International are winning 2-1 right there in Jos. The new the stadium in Jos, where they are taking on Gombe United. Gombe United, actually, they are host at this point, but they are winning by 2-1. And what a way it will be, because at the end of this game, the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, Ibrahim Gusau, together with the Benga Elegbeleye board, constituting Benga Elegbeleye, also would be presenting the trophy for the MPFL winner for the 2023/2024 season to Rangers International. So it's going to be done right there in Jos, and there is a chartered flight already to get that trophy back to Enugu, where it will be celebrated on a tour round the Enugu metropolis. So it's a beautiful way to end the season with an away win, another beautiful way to win away from home and pick up the trophy, even if it's not in front of your home fans. Then it's going to be a roller coaster, a beautiful ride coming all the way from Jos down to Enugu. That's how beautiful the end of the season can be for Rangers International. 2 goals there, one from Godwin Obaje, the very first goal, which is the equalizer, and the second goal from Kazim Ogunleye. All right, as I said before, today is the season finale in the MPFL, and it's not just the time where nobody or you could just pass and go without a drama. The end will always, as pertaining to this season, the end has a lot of drama for us. I did speak at the first time saying that it is a fight for survival as well as a battle for glory. First, who survives the relegation dogfight? There is a relegation dogfight. The Tech Boys, call them Sporting Lagos, are in turmoil as they were stunned at home by Plateau United in their penultimate home game of the season, and now face a nightmare trip to Red Hot Shooting Stars. Shooting Stars also are fighting for something. They're fighting to see if they can get a continental spot. They are in the running for it. Let's look at the live table as it stands at this point. The live table from this point as it stands has Rangers International as number 1. They've already won the league this season. Remo Stars are in second place as they are playing out a goalless draw right there, and we have Eimba in third place, also playing out a goalless draw at the Eimba International Stadium. Shooting Stars are in fourth. They've got a total of 60 points. So with a win, they could even go close to, they could have 63 points, finishing second. That is if Remo Stars loses and Eimba also loses. So you can see that the fight is very, very much on the table. Now the question is, can Sporting Lagos pull off a miracle and avoid a drop into the relegation zone? Remember, Aqua United are also battling to escape. Bayelsa United also in that battle. Niger Tornadoes in that battle. All they will be sweating it out this afternoon to ensure that they do not go back to the NNL. For the NNL, you already know that Heartland of Owerri are back there already. They've been relegated, confirmed. And Gombe United, the Whipping Boys, the ones that has been giving everybody points whenever you get to meet them. They are also in the NNL. They have been relegated. So the most important question today is, who slips through the trapdoor? Who joins Gombe United and Heartland FC of Owerri back to the NNL? Would it be Sporting Lagos? Would it be Doma United? Would it be Aqua United? Would it be Niger Tornadoes? And maybe Kwara United if they don't do things the way they are supposed to do it. So there is also that chase for the Champions League spots, as I said before. Away from the relegation battle, there is that chase for the Champions League spot. Eimba's title defense ended in a tatter, but the People's Elephants
would be looking at snatching a Champions League spot. That is if they can usurp Remo Stars, who sits second on the log with 63 points. Eyimba are third with 61 points. A win for Eyimba and a prey or a lookout to see that Remo Stars doesn't get all maximum points can put Eyimba back in second spot, giving them a spot or a ticket for Champions League football. So Remo Stars sitting pretty in second, as I said. They will be looking at not bottling what they have. It's the last day at Ikene, and bottle it and have yourself to blame. So both big clubs are home. Eyimba are home, hosting Plateau United, whilst the Sky Blue side, Remo Stars, are hosting Castina United. So we would also have our eyes on the Golden Boot thriller as what's his name? Reliable Reliance has already put it out already. He said Sikiri Alimi is up there with 16 goals and with 15 goals, and Mbama Chijoke also up there in the runnings with 15 goals. So who takes it at the end of today? Would it be Sikiri Alimi if he can get 2 goals or more in the game between Remo Stars and Castina United, or would it be Chijoke Mbama if he can extend his lead by adding 1 or 2 more goals in the game against Plateau United? Talking about Eyimba right there. So that's exactly how it's going to be today. As I said, key clashes that we're going to be having our eyes on. Shooting Stars will be up against Sporting Lagos. We'll look at that. Eyimba up against Plateau United. We'll look at that. Remo Stars up against Castina United. Our eyes will also be there. We'll also keep our eyes on what's happening right there at the Gospel Akpabio Stadium for Aqua United. So guys, that's how it's going to be. Let me bring you into the conversation at this point in time. How big is this weekend for you, Benjamin?
I think this is the biggest weekend in the Nigerian Professional Football League since its resumption. The second stanza started. Yeah, we've seen lots of sleeps, from the table. We've seen that's one thing that the league brings to you. You can be first today, tomorrow you can be fourth, you can be sixth. That's how the league is, and I think the league is actually growing to that point where before now we usually know who has won the league or who is going to win the league, but it took a long while, and probably because the league is actually improving, but we still have a long way to go, but we still have to look for positives in the league. And this is, like I said, this is the best week in the MPFL 2023-2024 season. We've had fights. People are actually fighting for Golden Boots, Mboma, like you said, and then Eyimba fighting for Continentals. We've seen the likes of Shooting Stars actually fighting for Continental, for and then Gombe United being relegated. Heartland, of course, they are being relegated. They knew their fates before now, and Sporting Lagos actually fighting for their lives there in terms of relegation battle. So it's a huge weekend in the Nigerian Professional Football League this season. Every goal can affect your standing. Every win can affect your standing. Draw can affect your standing. Even a lose can actually affect your standing. Can even affect your future in the league. So I think it's a very big weekend this today. Let's hope that it lives up to the billing. As for Rangers FC, it's a big weekend for them. Even if they've won the league, the league will be handed over to them today, and then a chartered flight back to Enugu, where they'll be received by the governor, and then they'll parade their trophy. It's not easy to have 38 games in a season. It's a competition where you've got 20 teams fighting for one trophy and coming out victorious. It's awesome. It shows how, like Fidelis Elechuku was actually saying when of the MPFL this season, he was actually saying he knew that they were going to win it because, administrative-wise, they're okay. They are doing well in terms of finance. No Rangers player have come out to say, I'm being owed salary, I've not been paid. So I think it's one thing that they're doing well, and it's paying off for them. I think it's something that other clubs need to copy. But for this weekend, it's the biggest weekend of the 2023-2024 season for so many fighting for honors.
All right, and let me run you through the results or the scores as it stands from various centers right there for match day 38 in the MPFL. Gombe United losing to Enugu Rangers right there in Jos by 2-1. Doma United playing out a goalless draw with Abia Warriors. Doma, the host of that one at the Pantami Stadium. Niger Tornadoes playing out a goalless draw with Sunshine Stars. Kwara United have taken the lead against the Heartland of Owerri in 1-0 that game in the 14th minute. Bendel Insurance losing to Bayelsa United at the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium by 1-0. Shooting Stars playing out a goalless draw with Sporting Lagos, and Kano Pillars also playing out a goalless draw with Lobby Stars, that game in the 10th minute. Remo Stars goalless with Castina United, the game in the 17th minute. Aqua United and Rivers United, it's a rain of goals, 2-1 in favor of Aqua United. Aqua United went 2 goals up, and Rivers United just pulled one back, that game in the 15th minute. And Eyimba versus Plateau United, no goals to be recorded from that center yet, and the game in the 18th minute. OVA, it's as if we're going to be seeing a lots of goals today.
Yes, there needs to be lots of goals because as you know, goals wins your game, and goals are going to help you get into the sport you want, get you out of the relegation zone or get to that qualification spot. And you can see Aqua United already 2 goals up against Rivers United. That obviously puts them out of the relegation zone, and they are just going to have to make sure they at least either they lock it up or either they can score more goals. Well, I'm always up for more goals. We want to see more goals inside the MPFL, and this season we have seen more goals at the MPFL. We've seen the games 5 goals, we've seen 6 goals, we've seen teams coming back from a goal down to trashing a team 4, trashing a team 5. So the MPFL has just been goals galore this season, and we hope to see that especially in the final game of the season, where everybody's fighting for something. Everybody's a prize fighter. Even the ones that are fighting are sitting at the middle of the table, just want a better spot, so they can say that okay, next season this was where we finished, we can fight for a better spot this year. So what better way to end this season than just goals? We just want to be reporting goals from all the centers. Aqua United up, Eyimba goals, Remo goals. We just want to be reporting goals, and this should just be a best season to report goals.
Okay, and looking at the relegation zone from the 14th spot down to the 20th spot, we've got Bayelsa United trying to run away from relegation with 50 points as they lead Bendel Insurance right there at the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium. Aqua United occupy the 15th spot, 9 points, no goals to be recorded in their encounter. Sporting Lagos have dropped into the relegation zone with 47 points as they occupy the 17th position. 18th is Doma United with 44 points, and Heartland of Owerri are 38 points. They have been relegated, as I said before. Gombe United also with 25 points have been relegated, as I said before. Benjamin, looking at that relegation battle, at the end of the day, who do you see going down?
It's pretty going to be a difficult call to make because Bayelsa United actually having Sporting Lagos coming down. Sporting is 17th, Doma 18th. Well, we've confirmed 2, which is Heartland and then Gombe. But I think Doma United is actually going to be relegated. I'm sorry for them, but they are going to be relegated. You know, this is this you need experience, and I think in as much as Heartland have gotten the experience, they're out of it, but you need experience to fight this last day. But I think Doma will be going, and I don't want Sporting Lagos to go to be relegated because of what they've actually done. You know, that branding. I don't want to see that branding go back to the NLL. But well, you know, emotions don't help you in football. It doesn't play football. So I think Doma will be relegated. Sporting, goodness me.
I think you just hold on there. We've got Chigozie Precious joining us from the Eyimba International Stadium. Chigozie, a very good afternoon to you, and welcome to today's Sports Live. Yes, I can hear you. Could you just speak up a bit so we could hear you clearly? Can you hear me now? Hello, Chigozie.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. How is proceedings going on at the Eyimba International Stadium?
So far, no goal yet to report. The people say the fans have been dominating the early stages of this game, but Plateau United have been strong defensively.
Okay.
We're standing all the pressure that we thrown at them so far, but Chido missed a long range shot that would have given the team the lead.
And that would have also extended his goals to clinch the highest goal scorer for this season.
Yeah, but we missed the opportunity. So there's no goal to report yet. But it's been a one-sided affair so far. Eimba has been the better side so far. No shot on target yet from Plateau United. They have been defending so deep, and maybe they will just want to pick a point in about maybe scoring the party for the People's Elephant. But they keep mounting all the pressures on Plateau United. But I know that at the point of the game, they have to crack. But as it stands now, Eimba 0, Plateau United 0.
Okay, and looking at the Eimba setup, can you say Eimba is well motivated and driven to get all 3 points and hope that Remo Stars will drop points for them to get that CAF Champions League spot?
Yeah, I think they are very motivated because the gate is being thrown open. It's a very few capacity stadium today. This is the highest I've seen so far this season as far as the league is concerned. So the fans are here out in their numbers, and the players are in the right mood, knowing that they haven't recorded a win in the last 3 games and knowing what is at stake, they must win for them to stand any chance of playing the continent. So they are the first 20 minutes so far, they are playing so well. But something happened in the 12 minutes of the game.
Okay.
The game was stopped to celebrate the outgoing goalkeeper. You know, he left just come back well.
Can you come back again so that and is that a goal situation there?
Yeah, that is an offside.
Okay.
Offside for Ekedawaje was stopped offside. It's a 1-on-1 situation.
Okay, you talked about an incident that happened and the game was delayed. Can you come back on that again?
The game was paused in the 12 minutes.
Okay, in the 12 minutes.
The outgoing goalkeeper.
Okay. Okay.
So that was a 1 minute applause for him.
All right.
So this is his last game for the People's Elephant. So at the 12 minutes, the Prince stopped there was a 1 minute applause from the players, from the fans, even the opposing team. Yeah, some have to hug him, some have to bid farewell. But the game is bad, but it's all about to celebrate Jose Renege. This is his last game in the colours of Eimba. So that's just one of the ways. The players and the fans celebrate.
Okay. All right. So that's how things are right there at the Eimba International Stadium. So I'll be getting back to you, Chijoke Precious, as we continue with the show.
Okay.
All right. Do have a nice time. Definitely firecrackers right there at the Eimba International Stadium. He just said that in the 12th minute, the game was paused for a round of applause for Oloruleke Ojo, as he would be, or this is his last game for the People's Elephant, talking about Eimba Football Club. So what a beautiful time for him to leave the setup. He has been part of the Super Eagles setup for quite some time now, but a man has to move, and that is one of the reasons why Oloruleke Ojo is leaving for greener pastures. But he will always remain in the hearts of Eimba fans.
Of course, he's been a loyal servant to Eimba Football Club, and he was there when they actually won the league. Man has been a standing goalkeeper, and it shows how highly the Eimba hierarchy actually hold him. That's why it takes a club that love you, that holds you of high esteem to actually do that. It's something that a certain Kylian Mbappe would have wanted in the colours of PSG, but he didn't get. So I think Ojo is actually, very fortunate. The man is very fortunate.
All right, we head right now to the Goswill Akpabio Stadium, where we have Nsidibe Akpan. Nsidibe, good afternoon to you, and welcome to today's Sports Live.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
All right, how are things going right there for Aqua? We are already seeing from here that it's a harvest of goals. In the first 14 minutes, 3 goals already. Aqua United 2 goals, and Rivers United 1 goal. How is the electrifying atmosphere right there at the Goswill Akpabio Stadium?
Well, it's a very good game to watch. Akwa United are playing with like a team that has everything at stake. That's why you are seeing the early goals. They are pushing the Rivers United backwards, and they want to get the early goals in, which, of course, scoring 2 goals in the opening 12-14 minutes. It's a big boost because it gives you that confidence and platform to continue to push on. But then they've scored, 2 goals. And they need to win. It's a must-win game for them. But, of course, they've let Rivers United back into the game with the goal from Nyema Wagwa. So it's a little bit tense at the moment. But they are still in control. And I can tell you, Rivers United are not bothered about the scoreline. They are playing as they should be playing. And I think if they keep their cool and, keep pushing Akwa United, they may likely get another goal.
Okay, but from the gameplay, who is on the front foot? It's definitely Akwa United.
Yes, of course, it's Akwa United. They have everything at stake. They have to win to ensure that, they secure their spots next season in the MPFL. And, they are the ones pushing. But then, 1 goal is a very dangerous scoreline. 2-1, it's very open. And Rivers United knows that, that a little bit of tension is going to come into, the minds of Akwa United players because they know it is a very slim lead at this point. And they are a little bit trying to be cautious. But then, they are still playing, still pushing. And it's a very entertaining game so far.
Okay. And thirdly, before I let you go, how about the turnout of supporters right there at the Gospel Akpabio?
Well, it's the regular faces. I wouldn't say regular faces, but then it looks like the kind of atmosphere that we've been having throughout the season here in Uyo. We have, one section of the stadium full to the brim. But then the other section is easy, and they are cheering every pass. They are, making their feelings known from the stand, and the players knows that the people are expecting them to win this game, to keep their place in the MPFL.
Okay, and what about the dignitaries? It's the governor or any of his representatives there to give the boys a morale boost?
Well, the chairman of the Akwa Ibom State Football Association, the NFF member. And the rest of the football and sport people in Akwa Ibom State are here, but the governor is not here himself. Neither do the commissioner for youth and sport. But I've seen some of his aides and some of the people working in the Ministry of Youth and Sport. They are all here. In fact, I would say all the government or all the football people in Akwa Ibom State are here when you take away the politicians. So it's an impressive crowd. Okay. The governor is not here. Neither is the commissioner.
All right. Thank you so much, Nsidibe Akpan. I'll get back to you as we continue to go from one center to the other.
All right. No problem.
All right. Do enjoy yourself. All right, guys. That's how it is right now. And looking at the scoreboard, Gombe United still trailing Enugu Rangers by 2-1, and Enugu Rangers away from home. Doma United, Abia Warriors goalless in that center. Niger Tornadoes, Sunshine Stars goalless in that center. Kwara United have doubled their lead over Heartland Football Club of Owerri. Bendel Insurance also losing to Bayelsa United at home. Shooting Stars, Sporting Lagos goalless at that center. Kano Pillars, Lobby Stars goalless at that center. Remo Stars have taken the lead against Castina United. This is something that Eyimba Football Club would not want at this point. They've taken the lead against Castina United at that center. 27 minutes of play. Akwa United still lead Rivers United by 2-1, while Eyimba are playing out a goalless draw with Plateau United. The 31st minute of play right there at the Eyimba International Stadium. That's how it is. And guys, let's look at how things will be at this point at the top of the table. What are the chances of would there be any chance for the likes of Shooting Stars to come into... Okay, let's look at the live table. Would there be any chance for Shooting Stars to come into getting a sure continental spot, which is the Confederations Cup ticket, if they usurp Eyimba Football Club? They are up against Sporting Lagos. Yes, can we be looking at a win there for Shooting Stars against Sporting Lagos?
Well, Sporting Lagos will be fighting like a wounded lion because they actually need this win too. So it's about who does or who takes his chances, who convert those chances, because definitely chances are going to come in the game. That's one thing. Nobody's going to be on the front foot for 90 minutes. That's how football is. Even if it's one chance, it's going to be the opponent would have that chance. So it's about converting those chances when it comes your way. As for Sporting Lagos, they would want to win this game. They just want to be in the MPFL next season, and they would want to do everything possible on the pitch for them to win. It's about taking your chances, that brilliant moment, one player standing up to take responsibilities, converting that chances. As for their opponents, they would also want to win because everybody needs this win. That's the truth. In as much as even the people on the the middle of the table, teams like Rivers United, they want to win. They want to hurt Aqua United too. In as much as Aqua United are actually playing, winning 2-1, just like the live report we got from the stadium, the man said Rivers United are calm. They are still playing, and from the way they are playing, they can actually get goals. So it at this point in time, it doesn't matter who is away or who is at home. Everybody needs the point. So it's about taking your chances and converting those chances. For me, I think Sporting Lagos can actually get this, can actually win this one. It depends. If they can take their chances, they can win it. If they don't take their chances, then they are going to be in the NNL next season.
All right, so now looking at the goal scoring chart, Mbwama Chijoke is having 17 goals as against Alimi Sikiru. Let's look at the game between Eyimba and Plateau United. No goals to be recorded there, but from the goal scoring chart, we've got Sikiru, we've got Chijoke Mbwama as 17 goals, while Sikiru Alimi 14 goals. He's going to be needing 3 goals to be scored by him to equal what Mbwama Chijoke has got at this point. How possible would this be, Ovie?
Looking at the games they are playing, and 3 goals, you are about to score a hat-trick or maybe even more than that. And we've seen few little hat-tricks inside the MPFL. But anything is possible, but I just don't feel that this is possible at this moment because everybody's fighting for something. You're fighting for the golden boot, but as much as you're fighting for your own personal honor, you're also fighting for your team. So you're going to have to play a team game as usual. Maybe if you have a chance at the shot and you know that it's a 10% chance that I might get this, and you see your opponent, your man is free, that he can get a higher percentage, you might just have to sacrifice that and just sacrifice that 10% and just give him the ball and just gamble on that 50% chance. So as much as Sikiru wants to get it, I think Mbwama already has this golden boot in the bag.
Okay, and that's for Oviedo. Let's see how things continue to unfold. But for now, Mbwama leads Sikiru Alimi by 3 goals. It's possible to get 3 goals if you are determined. But let's see how it goes as proceedings continue right there at the various centers. Let me come back to you, Benjamin. If, as it stands right now, Eyimba would not be getting a Champions League spot if everything is to finish the way it is at this point. So if Eyimba doesn't get this Champions League spot, what can you say about their season?
I think they've had a bad season. They can't get the Champions League spot. That's the truth, because I think they actually shot themselves on the foot, because that game against Remo, first it was Remo Stars where the point was actually shared, one point apiece, where the referee had to do an imaginary VAR. That game actually pulled them down. What actually dragged them down the ladder, the table, was that game against Enugu Rangers at the Cathedral. That was a mess up by Eyimba. I think they actually shot themselves on the foot.
But they went on to drop points in the next game. So
yeah, that's the climax. I know when you're in the title race, just like Liverpool and Man City, Liverpool trailing Man City, but that loss against Everton actually made their morale down, and that's what is happening to the side from Aba, Eyimba FC. That game against it's like that game against their fellow title contenders, where they had to, the crowd violence, had to get lots of things and all that. We actually knew what transpired in that game. made after the 3 points was actually handed over to Enugu Rangers. I think that was the downfall of Enyimba. I know after the game, after the judgment, they would have been thinking, why did we actually do that? We should have struggled out the game and then see what was going to happen. But the deed has been done. I think they'll have to sit down and plan for next season. But if they don't qualify for the Champions League, I think that Enyimba has not. They've had a bad season. I think because. A club like Enyimba should be playing in the Champions League regularly. Yeah, that's the truth, because they are the only Nigerian team that has won the Champions League back to back. In that for that matter. So I think they should be playing in the Champions League regularly. But last season they did play in the Champions League because they actually won the title, and then this season you didn't win the title, but you are in a good place to actually win, get that continental slot ticket. But you're playing at home. The greatest motivation you need to have to make up for your season is get this win and then go on to get that ticket. Remo Stars are actually winning. It's a big.
So it's not in Enyimba's hand again.
Yeah, it's a big problem for Enyimba at this point in time. So, but in football, you have to do your part and then see what happens in your opponent's camp. You can't be playing. You can't be losing concentration playing. Your own match and then thinking about the opponent. That's the first way to start failing. Yeah, you need to just go out, take off the pressure. In as much as pressure is going to be on you, take off the pressure, enjoy yourself, and then see how you can win that game. And then possibly look at Remo if they can sleep. But the way Remo Stars are actually going, they are not sleeping because they are winning 2-0. So it's a problem for Enyimba. At home, you're not winning. The other team fighting for that continental slot is actually winning 2-0. I think it becomes a problem for Enyimba. So if Enyimba does not qualify for the Champions League this season, I think it's a failed season for me.
Okay, let's look at how things stand right now, as Gombe United are still losing against Enugu Rangers right there at home in Jos by 1-2. Doma United, Abia Warriors, no goals recorded. Niger Tornadoes have taken the lead against Sunshine Stars. Kwara United, 2 goals better than Heartland Football Club of Owerri. Bayelsa United have doubled their lead away to Bendel Insurance. So Bayelsa United lead Bendel Insurance by 2-0 right there at the Samuel Ugbemudia Stadium. Shooting Stars, Sporting Lagos, no goals recorded. Kano Pillars, Lobi Stars, no goals recorded. Remo Stars still leading Katsina United by 1-0. Akwa United 2-1 better than Rivers United, while Enyimba Plateau United, no goals recorded from that center. And if we look at the table, how things stand right now on the table. All right, Enugu Rangers still lead as they have already won the league with 70 points. And Remo Stars in second, clinching the second CAF Champions League ticket. Enyimba in third with 61 points. Shooting Stars in fourth with 60 points. That's the top 4. And the relegation battles. Sporting Lagos are 17th. Doma United 18th. Heartland and Gombe United have already been relegated. So Sporting Lagos and Doma United, as it stands from the live table, have joined Heartland Football Club and Gombe United in the relegation zone. Bayelsa United are struggling and fighting to escape as they are 14th. Akwa United also trying to escape in 15th position, and Niger Tornadoes have taken the lead against that should be Niger Tornadoes have taken the lead against the Sunshine Stars. They are now in 16th. So 4 teams to go down: Sporting Lagos, Doma United, Heartland Football Club, and Gombe United. Let's get to hear from you right now from the phone lines, as I'll be throwing open the phone lines at this point. All that you have had, who do you think would be going down to the NNL? As it stands right now from the live table, Sporting Lagos are there, Doma United are there, Heartland Football Club are there, and Gombe United are there. 2 clubs that have joined the last 2, Sporting Lagos and Doma United. Do you think anything could still happen to bring Akwa United into that mix, and Bayelsa United into that mix, or Niger Tornadoes into that mix at this point? Season 0817-551 0810-9510. Muna Chimso from Aba. How is Aba this?
Got the goal, and it was there. It was taken after lots of the push against the push on Gabriel. He didn't hold water. The ball have gone out of play. He didn't go out. He didn't hold water. But at the end of the day, the goal was awarded. The Arsenal players didn't start talking that when we meet Newcastle and all that. I think these are the things we don't want to see in Nigerian football. The judgment has been passed, so you just have to obey and abide by the judgment. You can't say Eyimba doesn't want that point. Eyimba wants that point. That's why they've been pressing Sunshine Stars. If not, ordinarily they would have just been there, and then Sunshine can just come and win them at the point. But they're actually struggling on their own. If it was easy for Eyimba, they would have been winning by now. So you shouldn't say that. You're not. Don't say Davis Wumi has actually killed Eyimba. Yeah. It's not in his own making. He wasn't the one that told Eyimba to start, harassing the referee and all those things that happened. We don't want to start going into detail. So I think the judgment has been passed. You just need to hold yourself, wait till next season, and continue playing. The best you can do to Rangers is when you meet them, trash them very well. That's the best you can do to them. If you can't trash them, till you trash them, hold your peace.
All right. Still updating you with the scores coming from the live board. Gombe United are still losing to Enugu Rangers at the game in the 81st minute. Aqua United leading Rivers United 2-1. Benel Insurance losing to Bayelsa United 2-0. Abia Warriors have taken the lead against Doma United. It has been a stellar end of the season run for Abia Warriors. I wonder what happened. If they had continued, if they had started this way, I think Abia Warriors would have been in a more favorable position at the end of the season.
Looking at where Abia Warriors are, and you just have to just say, but then again, everybody wants a good start. Nobody wants to start off badly, and as much as you want the win, the other team too wants the win. And unfortunately, they were on the other end. They took the short end of the stick, and right now they are battling relegation. And that's just how football is. They could have had a better start. They could have been fighting for the continent. They could have still been in the MPFL. But that's how football is. So hopefully, we just see. Hopefully that week they can get at least a last fight. They can pour all their remaining energy into this last game and see what they can get from this. Then start rebuilding. See what you can get next season from the whole game, from the whole setup and everything. Build on your mistakes, and that's how.
Still playing out a goalless draw with Plateau United as the game approaches half time. Kano Pillars have taken the lead against Lobby Stars. Kwara United lead Heartland Football Club by 2-0. Niger Tornadoes lead Sunshine Stars by 1-0. That game has gotten into the halftime mark, and Remo Stars are 2 goals better than Castina United. They have doubled their lead over Castina United, so it's pretty done and dusted right now. And Eyimba would be saying bye-bye to the CAF Champions League. Shooting Stars still playing out a goalless draw right there with Sporting Lagos. And from the way it stands, it seems that Doma United would be confirmed as relegated. It's a pity for Doma United. At the point at the beginning of this season, the first half of this season, Doma United did sit on top of the MPFL table. How things turn around in the second stanza of the season is what I don't understand for Doma United. I really cannot tell. At a particular point, they had Kingdom Osai having the highest clean sheet in the Nigerian Premier League, and he was about getting a shot in the Super Eagles at that point for that reason alone. But this is Doma United going back to the NNL. How surprising things could happen in the MPFL.
Osa's class is permanent, form is temporal, class is permanent. Topping the league at some instance when the league is not over doesn't make you a champion. We've seen, with all due respect to Arsenal, they've topped the league this concluded season, and at the end of the season, they are not champion. We've seen that, upper season too. We've seen a couple of that. We've seen Liverpool actually top the table, and at the end of the day, they are not champions. So it's not about topping the table. It's about ending the season at the top of the table. And Rangers, like I've said, they are the champions. They have done something that other teams aren't doing, and I think it has worked for them administratively. We've not seen Rangers this season fight on the pitch. We've not seen Rangers fans harass the coach, or we've not seen Rangers officials harassing the match officials. But it's worked for them. As for Doma United, they just need to go back, and try again. See, the NNL is not an easy ride for anybody. You can be the champion of the MPFL and then you go to NNL. You might not secure promotion the next season. It's that difficult, but they just need to go back and try again. See, hopefully it works out for them and then they come back to the MPFL. But for now, they just need to go back and try again.
All right, go back and try again. The words of Benjamin Mina to Doma United. It's actually a pity, as I said before. Doma were really, really doing well in the very first stanza of this season, but towards the second stanza, I think they lost their mojo, and that's where they have found themselves at this point in time. All right, we'll talk some other issues, but we'll keep updating you with the scores as they come in from the various centers. Arrangements, as I said before, have been made to fly the Rangers international team and the gold-plated trophy back to Enugu on a chartered flight for a trophy tour around Enugu Metropolis. Rangers hope to do some big things, which they are doing right now by winning right there at the new Zaria Road Stadium in Jos. The building won. He's called Coach Fidelis Ilechukwu. He said, don't call me the special one. So maybe that's the reason why but they had to be a one inside his name. That's the reason why they had to find something. And right now he is the building one, because he has been building right from time he built with the MFM Football Club, took them to finish second place. He also built with Plateau United, took them to finish second place, got to the continent, but it wasn't too rosy in the continent. So he is the building one. Coach Fidelis Ilechukwu, he did ensure the readiness of his team to get 70 points, and that is exactly what they are doing right now as they are running away leaders, winners against Gombe United right there in Jos. 2-1. It is 85 minutes of play, and Rangers might just be running away with 70 points this season. Fidelis Ilechukwu, he has been doing great things, as I mentioned before. MFM in the mix, Plateau United in the mix. Do you think this man has not been given the adequate flowers he needs to get, or he deserves, from the football family? Let me stick with you, Benjamin.
Well, it's not about doing it. It's not about doing it for the first time. It's about consistency. That's the thing. The man has done it with the team you called before.
MFM.
He did it with Mountain of Fire Ministries Football Club. MFM is not it's not in existence anymore. He did it with the other team, Plateau United, and now he has done it with Rangers Football Club. I think it shows that the man is he actually knows what he's doing. Consistency. He just needs to get the right job. You can be a good manager, and then when you get the wrong job, or you work with the wrong people, it tends to affect you. And that's what the man has been painting. The man said administratively. And when you get administrative issues right in football, you've gotten 60% right, and that, I think that's what is actually disturbing the likes of Chelsea and Man United. It's a big problem. When you get it, you've solved 70% of the problem, because you can actually get it wrong, and then the players come out, revolt, Estacos coming to say we've not been paid salary, we are not training, and all that. Those are administrative issues. You just need to work on those things, and then, and we know the Nigerian terrain. If you can do it differently, see, we've seen coaches do these things, but not in this level. How many coaches have done it twice somewhere else and then doing it again with a big club like Rangers? Yeah, we could argue that MFM, when he did it to MFM, we might say it was a fluke, but the man went to Plateau, did it again. It wasn't a fluke. We are now giving the man attention. I think the man deserves the flowers, the accolades that he's actually getting at this point in time, because, the truth is, I wouldn't want you to just do it. I want you to keep it consistently. I want you to write your name in the history book. Do it back to back, so that we know that, yes, indeed, you are that coach that we actually, are thinking that you are. Not winning the league this season, and the next season we see Rangers on 10th position on the log, and we just want to see consistency, and not just in the league. Please do it in the continent, because we've seen where our champions, when they get to the continent, they can't really, exhibit that thing that they've been doing in the league it shows that we are behind in terms of playing, in terms of other African nations. We are actually behind in terms of administrations, facilities, so I think the man needs to do it. As for Rangers, congratulations to them, but they need to do it in the continent, not just in the league, to keep that shape and consistency. If Enyimba plays in the CAF Confederations Cup, there's still that fear factor. Trust me, believe it or not, there's still that. There are some teams that Enyimba will play, and that Enyimba can do it. But with that experience, if you don't have that experience, you can just go there and mess yourself up. So it's about the man doing it in the continent. But for me, I think doing it 3 times in the Nigerian terrain, that's a good one for him. But let's see how this thing gets to turn out in the CAF Champions League. And then after that, if he gets to the quarterfinals or semi-finals, I think I would have to be rating him.
Okay, and the phone lines are still open. Let's get to hear from you. You could also be part of the conversation from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, 0701-933-9962. I've asked before, do you think this is a failed season for Enyimba Football Club? They sit in 3rd position, and the way it is right now, Remo Stars are not ready to relinquish the 2nd spot to Enyimba Football Club. Remo Stars are holding on to that for that CAF Champions League continental tickets. Enyimba can only make do with the ticket for the CAF Confederations Cup. So do you think that this run for Enyimba has not been a good run? This is a disappointing run for Enyimba. Remember, they won the league last season, but they had a lot of chops and changes in this particular season. Do you think that Enyimba are finishing the season in 3rd, would say it's a failed season? And looking at it, Bayelsa United are about to escape relegation. The relegation battle right now, Sporting Lagos are right there in the relegation drop zone, and it's going to be a pity to see that the Tech Boys, who came with so much of rave and so much of beauty into the MPFL, will be going back to the NNL. Do you think that anything could change in the second half? Because as it stands, all teams, all centers have gotten into half time, except the center where Gombe United are taking on Enugu Rangers. It is in the 92nd minute, and Enugu Rangers are still leading by 2-1. All other centers have gotten into half time. Do you think anything can change at the relegation? Let the MPFL board do justice to that? Because I've been reading a lot of articles around, and some still state that academies can be packed if they grow through the ranks. In the English Premier League, go look at what is called the Category 3 and Category 4 of the EFL Youth Alliance, and you'll find out that academies can, if they meet the EPPP standard, can move into what is called the National League. But
they can actually play in the National League. We've seen the school teams. Even in Japan, the school teams actually play the Emperor's Cup. It's called that in English. We say the FA Cup. The FA Cup can be played, but we've seen when they start the FA Cup. They usually televise it when it has gotten to the 2nd round and the 3rd round from there upward. But if you go to the FA Cup proper from the start, the first round, the knockout stages, they have to play the knockout stage before you get to the first round and all that. If you watch the knockout stage, even the university teams actually are part of it. Yes, they are actually part of this team. But how far can you go? It cannot. It's like saying the university or a Liverpool University team competes in the FA Cup, plays in the FA Cup, and then win the FA Cup. Are you going to say they are going to play in the Europa League? No. It cannot. It has not happened, and it cannot happen. See, there are rules. We should read the rules and understand the rules. Why is it happening, or why is it going to happen in the Nigerian terrain? Which means we are doing a lot of things wrong. That's the truth. Because University of Liverpool plays and then gets win the win qualification, and then gets to possibly the championship, and then win promotion. They can never play in the EPL. it is never done.
So presently, it is not about being owned by the same or having an affiliation to the same financier.
Yes.
We're looking at you being an academy club.
Exactly.
All right. I think you just hold on your thoughts. Let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yes. Good afternoon. Name, location, and submission. Welcome. Oh my God. I think that was not meant for us. I believe that wasn't meant for us. All right, we're still talking about Beyond Limits and Remo Stars, as both teams will be vying for a place in the, or would be in the MPFL for the 2025 season. And it's another battle that we might be looking at, because from one point of view, you could say what is in the framework is the fact that a club cannot have an affiliation to same financier. But I don't think there's any part of that framework that has stated that an academy should not come into the league. So we're going to be having a long run at the end of the day. But before you react, let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, please. Name, location, and submission. You're on to today's Sports Live on Today95.1. All right. I think whoever is calling through should be ready to talk before calling in than just going ahead to say some kind of words that should not be on radio. So, guys, back to you, Benjamin. Looking at this, definitely we're going to be having a long run. We're definitely going to be having a long run. Exactly. A lot of legal cases. So,
exactly.
What could be a possible solution?
I think the possible solution is simple. Do the right thing. No matter who you are, no matter who is involved, do the right thing and let the right thing be done.
So what do you think will be the right thing at this point?
So that people can learn and make reference to it. That on this day, it was Mr. A and Mr. B that did this thing, and your name will be in the history book for the positive side. I think the right thing that needs to be done is that Beyond Limits Football Academy should not be playing in the MPFL.
So what happens? What happens to their qualification now? That means they
qualification, you give it to the next person.
You give it to the next. See, you've won the tournament. You've won the tournament.
That's
the
fine.
The prize money has been given to you.
Good.
The trophy has been handed over to you. Take that. Go and sit down.
Exactly.
Go and start playing in the next academy, whatever. You can decide to come back and play in the NL again.
Yeah, you still play the NL.
To test the waters and then see how good you are, how you can compete. But playing in the MPFL is a no. It is not. See, these are the things that the world is watching. That's true, whether you like it or not. Nigeria as a football nation is not just a football. It's not just a football powerhouse in Africa. It's a football powerhouse in the world. That's because we've been to the World Cup. We've played in the Confederations Cup. Our team has played in. We've got players littered everywhere. So you're not just a body that. It's not just a small nation that. Okay, they're just coming up in terms of football, and then so they don't know what they're doing. See, the world is watching. There are some things that when you do it, you become a laughing stock. So I think, like I said earlier, the right thing needs to be done. So we need to get our house right. See, we are taking lots of things for granted in this country. It's like the case of the NFF not coming out to look for coach for us until we got stuck with Finidi. Now Finidi has resigned. We still don't have a coach. Who does that, for God's sake?
All right.
And then the coach in person of Jose Pesero left. It took ages before the NFF can come out and put an official statement that Jose Pesero has left the scene. Now, this is a case where the NFF needs to step in. They've not said anything about it. Possibly they are waiting for next season to start doing fire brigade, or possibly they are waiting for next season when Beyond Limit kicks the ball, start play first two or three games, and then Remo will say, and Beyond Limit will say, where were the NFF when we started playing? Why wasn't this aligned before the season starts? So I think we are in a country where things need to be done the right way. We should copy the right things from the people that have done this over the years and have been successful in this field.
All right. Okay, we'll look at that.
Also, as Benjamin has said it too, and until we get things right in this country, until we put we put the right jigsaw pieces right into the puzzle, we're not going to get anything right in this country. We started on the right foot with this the MPFL. We saw how the whole matches were. We saw the official team went, and Jiga and there and all, but at least we know we're still moving in the right direction, and getting the academy to play with the big guys. That is just going to be unprecedented. I said it, and as Benjamin said it, that what is annoying me is that the NFF hasn't seen anything, and it is getting me on tension here, because when the league starts, that's when problems go to start. And the thing is that, they say a stitch's time saves nine. This one is not even a stitch. This is a tear, and everybody can see the tear. Everybody knows it's a very big tear, and they do not want to fix it. They don't want to close up the hole. And when they come, they're just going to put splash plaster on it and think everybody's going to be fine. And the thing is that people will take it. That, as Benjamin said, people will take it for granted. Right. And they like taking things for granted in this country. They will just put it for us and we'll take it. We know what the right thing to do is, but we don't want to do it. We just want to find a way we can bypass the whole system. There's a system, but we always bypass the system, always bypass the law, and then we take everything for granted as that is how it is in Nigeria. And Benjamin said people are watching us. When you check the scores and the flash and everything, people watch us. People love our games. That's how they get our players. We saw how Kano and the rest, they got it from the MPFL. Most of these players, they are gotten straight from the MPFL. They are watching our games. The Beyond Limit, they are watching them too. They are watching the whole organization, how everything is run. And if the NFF don't take things the right way, I don't think we will be seeing any growth from next season.
All right, actions have resumed right at the various centers in the matchday 38th encounter of the Nigerian Premier Football League, as the very first game for today, Gombe United up against Enugu Rangers, has ended. And kudos to the Flying Antelopes, as they had all 3 points from that center. 2-1 it was, as they have now ended the season on 70 points. A big congratulations to Enugu Rangers. Enugu Rangers International Club. Then Doma United are playing out a 1-0 draw with Abia Warriors, and Niger Tornadoes leading Sunshine Stars 1-0. Kwara United 2 goals better than Heartland Football Club of Owerri. Benel Insurance still trailing Bayelsa United by 2-0. Shooting Stars have taken the lead over Sporting Lagos. Kano Pillars lead Lobby Stars by 3-1. Remo Stars 2-0 better than Castina United. Aqua United still lead Rivers United by 2-1, and Eyimba versus Plateau United, no goals have been recorded from that center. I think the Aba Warriors have decided to let this one slide, just like how one of their fans did call in to say if Plateau United likes, they should win the...
I don't think they are letting it slide. That's just how intense the game is between Tottenham and Plateau United. And both teams, they want a qualification spot. I don't think anybody will want to slip up or mess up at this moment. At the end of the second half, no goals. I think that shows you how intense the match is. I'm sure we'll soon get a view from how the match is going there, and that's just how it is in the especially the final day of any competition. Everybody has to put everything on the line, and there are 2 qualification spots on the line, and Eyimba know how this means to them. Former champions, although they lost it to Enugu Rangers, they have to be in the continent. The only people that have won it in the continent back to back, and
the Champions League, the
Champions League back to back. So they have to at least be in the continent to represent us. And Plateau United, to as much as Eyimba wanted, they to want it more. So everybody's fighting for everything on the line.
Okay, and from there, let's head to the camp of the women's on the 17th side for Nigeria. Call them the Flamingos. The group for the FIFA Under-17 Women's World Cup 2024 have been unveiled in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. In Group A, Dominican Republic being the host will be up against Ecuador, New Zealand, and the Flamingos of Nigeria. So the Under-17 side for Nigeria, the women's team, have found themselves in Group A there. For Group B, Spain will be up against USA, Korea Republic, and Colombia. I thank God the Flamingos did miss Group B. That should be the group of death. And Group C, Korea DPRO will be up against Mexico, Kenya, and England. And in Group D, Japan, Poland, Brazil, and Zambia. That's how it is. Benjamin, you were trying to say something, but first, what do you see as the chances of the Flamingos going into this one?
Well, I'm not scared of that group. I think if everything goes as planned, or if everything goes right, the Flamingos need to be topping that group. The only I don't see any competitors or any person that will give us issues. The only country that's going to give us issues, I think, is Colombia. Dominican Republic, not known for
Colombia are not in that group. It's Dominican Republic, Ecuador, New Zealand, and Nigeria.
Yeah, I think New Zealand were actually the only team that's going to give us some issues, because you look at Dominican Republic, not a very good footballing nation, in as much as, the truth is, if these countries are not to be the host, or if this country are not to be the host, they wouldn't have been in this Under-17 World Cup. But they are there because they're host, and I don't see that as an issue. That's a 3 point for Nigeria against Ecuador. Going to be a physical game, because the South Americans are more or less like Africans in terms of their physical nature, and especially the Ecuadorians. The Ecuadorians, actually, they are quite big, and then it's going to be a physical game. Well, at the end of the day, we've seen we know how the Flamingos can actually meander through these games, and I see hopefully if everything goes as planned, we need to be topping that group, possibly 9 points out of 3 games for me.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, and from there we move straight to talk the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Super Eagles, no tension, you are winning, by the grace of God. You shall win,
One spirit, one nation on the go, indivisible, indestructible. Super Eagles, your victory, Papa God. I say, don't sign them, don't stamp them.
All right, the search for a new Super Eagles coach or technical advisor is generating a lot of buzz, as coaches around the world are revealing their interest to coach the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Quoting Ongo, a source from the NFF has revealed that 15 coaches have applied for the job so far. Quoting the source, we have 15 coaches pushing for the job at the moment. Most of them are willing to take what Finidi George was aiming previously. So money is not the issue here. I think former Cameroon coach Tony Consensao is still the favorite, but no talks with his camp yet. We also added that there is a Belgian coach in the mix. And if you listen to this statement, the first thing that comes to your mind is, if they are willing to take what Finidi George decided to take, why did you not take them before Finidi George? That's one. Number two, you're saying that 15 coaches have applied, and this is you saying that I think former coach of Cameroon, yes, is being the best, but no talks with his camp yet. NFF are still not tired of giving us a lot of bombshells.
I think the NFF, with all due respect to them, I think they're not serious. They're actually playing chess with the Super Eagles, because see, the truth is, this is one thing that actually unites the nation. This is one thing that keeps everybody together. In as much as you might say, I've not watched the Super Eagles, but when the Super Eagles, when you hear that they're playing, one way or the other, consciously or unconsciously, you have to, be make them try win, or Nigeria, make I just go watch. I no go support them, make I just go. You're supporting them. That's the truth. But the thing is, you don't just come. I think the truth is, you interviewed coaches previously before you gave Finidi the job. There were three. I think the last there were three coaches
that made the final phase.
Made the final phase. Amunike.
Tony Consensao was there.
Consensao, and then
I think there was a coach. The coach in the Eredivisie.
Yes, I've forgotten his name. I think so. The best thing to do, because this is this football. In order not to linger, what you should do is go back to that final three and pick the best out of it. So why allowing 15 other candidates to start applying for the job? You still have to go through this rigorous stress of interviewing them one after the other. It takes a long... See, I don't know how we operate in this system. The next game...
Dominic Torrens.
Yeah, Torrens, yes, Torrens. Our next game, before you know, you see a certain Iguafon there. And you know what happened the last time? Do you know Pep Guardiola? Do you know Pep Guardiola? You remember that interview? These are the things that will happen again. It shows that they don't have the fans at heart. If you see, we saw what happened
based on the urgency of what is going on. A coach is supposed to have been named.
Exactly
enough.
We saw what happened in the Ghanaian national team, the Black Stars, after the Nations Cup. So was it? Yeah, after the Nations Cup, they actually sacked their coach, and they brought in another person immediately. And they're doing well. They're actually on the verge of qualifying for the World Cup. Our coach has resigned. It took us a long time. And the person that was given the job, Finidi George, wasn't even shortlisted. Didn't apply for the job. You gave him the job. The man has resigned. Peacefully. He has resigned. Nobody forced him. He said he woke up, blah, blah, blah. The NFF stabbed him at the blah, 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 blah. He resigned. Go back to that three-man short list that was actually the three favorites. Pick one of them that is good, call him, and then give him the job because of the urgency of the nature of the job. See, the truth is, this is one of the biggest jobs in Africa and the biggest job in the country, for God's sake. You didn't qualify for the last World Cup. You still don't want to qualify for this World Cup. It's a shame on the face of Nigerian football. And that aside, you said there was no money to hire a foreign coach. How come there's money now to hire a foreign coach?
The snake don't vomit.
I think something is fishy. The NFF are not telling us something.
All right, now let's look at yesterday we heard that Javi Renard will be free very soon, and there is a call from Nigerians that Javi Renard should be contracted and be backed up or be assisted by Samson Siasia, whose ban tenure would elapse in August. Now that is on one side, and on this side we've got Tony Consensao. The question now is Nigeria still what kind of coach should the NFF be looking at this point in time? Should we be looking at a builder or a result-oriented coach? Because I think that is where we need to start from. First of all, yes, the World Cup qualification we might be in a precarious situation. There is every tendency that it will be difficult for the Super Eagles of Nigeria to pick up that ticket. So, do you look at getting a builder rather than a result-oriented, someone that can just come and begin to get the results immediately? So, which do you think that we should be looking at this point?
For me, I think we should forget about the World Cup.
Yeah.
And look for a builder then.
It's difficult to accept, but we are not ready. Forget about the World Cup. Look for a coach that can build the Super Eagles to become that Super Eagles, yes, that we used to know. Forgo the coach that will give you instant results for now. Bring in a rebuilder. If you qualify for the World Cup, it's a plus. But for me, let there be no pressure of qualifying for the World Cup.
Okay.
Build this team. Get us a coach that has a very good philosophy, and that philosophy should cut across all tiers of the national team, from the under-17.
That means it's going to be a project.
Yes, it should be a project. Remember, the Spanish national team. I said this, that Piqué said before they won the 2010 World Cup, he said immediately they were knocked out in 2006, I think. They started planning for the next World Cup. And it took them 4 good years. They won the World Cup. I'm not saying Nigeria is going to win the World Cup, but when last did Nigeria win the Nations Cup? Let's start from there. You can get us a
10
coach.
years ago.
That was 10 years ago. You can actually, and all through these 10 years, what have we achieved? Nothing. The best we can achieve is a second place
11 years
finish in the Nations Cup. So this should be a pointer that we are not doing something right. Get a coach that will build this national team. After building it, the project should be at least 3-4 years.
Okay.
Give us a team that can compete in the next 4 years. Build this team, no pressure. Let this team work. And the philosophy you're bringing should cut across all tiers of the national team, all age grade competitions. So that when you come from the under 17 to the under 20, it's not going to be a new thing. Your under 17 coach have taught you this is the philosophy. When you get to the under 20, it's the same philosophy. It's just a matter of making it a bit high, upping the tempo for you. When you get to the Super Eagles, it will not be a new thing.
All right.
Because how many, you look at these players that have graduated, most of them are struggling. Most of them are not even are not in the team. What philosophy do we have? It's a problem. So get a coach that can build this team, long-term projects, forget about the World Cup, and let us concentrate on building our team.
All right, let's head to the phone lines right now as we bring you into the conversation. We're talking the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So much has been talked about the coach that will replace Coach Finidi George. At this point, who should the Nigerian Football Federation be looking at? Is it a coach that can build, a builder, or a result-oriented coach? When we mean a builder, a coach that can come in and take his time without pressure to build a formidable side for the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Or do we look at a coach that can really come in and change things, turn around, get us those results, and see if we can qualify for the World Cup, even without looking at the prospects in the future? Let's get to hear from you from the phone line, 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, first. Good afternoon.
Tony Horsford, welcome.
Yeah. Benjamin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Tony.
Good afternoon.
Yes, first, it is a 50-50 thing to get a new coach today or tomorrow.
Hello? Are you there, Tony?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I think it's a 50-50 thing. If you can get a very good foreign coach today or tomorrow, I think the chances of getting to the World Cup is broad.
Oh, we lost you there, Tony Horsford. Please do well to call back because you have not completed actually what you were saying. Do well to call back and continue with your thoughts there. All right, the phone lines are still open, 0817-0000-951, 0810-951-0951. You could react to any of the talking points that we have discussed on coming from the MPFL. Rangers have won their last game of the season, 2-1 against Gombe United, and they finished the table on 70 points. Remo Stars are leading Katsina United by 2-0. Eyimba have just scored, making it 1-0 leading Plateau United. But is that enough to get them a CAF Champions League ticket? That is no. Let's head to the phone lines. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, brothers.
Good afternoon. Name, location, and submission.
Yeah, this is Mr. Yusu calling from PH.
Mr. UT, you say?
UC, yeah.
Okay, UC. Welcome. Go ahead with your thought.
Yes, please. Everything in this country will normally add politics inside. I just want to beg NFL they should not put any politics in this football.
Okay.
This is the only thing that unites Nigeria.
Very true.
They should look for a way in time. They should not be taking certain things for granted. Take this thing serious, and they should not look for any African coach. They should go out there and look for a good coach for us.
Okay.
This issue of amendment, we don't have money and other things. They should look for a foreign coach, not coach from South Africa or what. Look for a coach from Europe, in fact.
Okay.
And not a coach that they will just give you an appointment. Hey, just help us to qualify. Let's see if we will approve. No, give them time.
Okay, so that means you're saying the NFF should look for a team builder, a coach that can build the Super Eagles.
God bless you. God bless you. Not a coach that will just qualify for this World Cup. If you didn't qualify or take us to maybe knockout, if you didn't get there, I will sack you. Bring somebody that can be in this team, be with the Nigerians, be with the footballers for like 7 or 8 or 10 years, in fact. That's small thing. They will start threatening. If you don't qualify this, I will start another. My brother, if I did do that work, they begin the threat. If you don't qualify, I will start you. My brother, your mind go to shake. You don't go speak concentrate. They should give them chance. Bring a foreigner to handle our national team. God bless you.
All right, thank you so much there for your call. You can keep the calls coming in 0817 0000951 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Now?
Hello. Oh, we lost that one there. Let's cross over to the Eyimba Football Club. Yes, Chigozie, how are things going over there for Eyimba? We see that Eyimba has taken the lead.
After missing some couple of chances right from the first half, but he has finally redeemed himself. He has beaten the People's Elephant League. The fans here are happy. Everyone is happy. As you can hear, they are all applauding him as he speaks, substituted for Innocent Gabriel. Maybe Coach Yema wants to be more defensive minded. So the goal scorer is asked for a more defense for a defender. But this is 84 minutes play so far. Maybe the coach is comfortable with this 1-0 because Eyimba have really pushed Plateau United to the wall. Plateau on their own defended so well. Maybe they wanted to go with the point because no shot on target yet from Plateau United. They just wanted to spoil the party for Eyimba. But so far, they have broken the block. But so far, Plateau United are now out in search of an equalizer. They are no longer defending because they say who that is against the wall.
You just have to push back. You have nothing to lose.
Yes, they're now out all over Eyimba, winning all the balls and winning some dangerous free kicks. Maybe they can get an equalizer, but the fans here who want to hear that was as it stands now, 85 minutes play, Eyimba leading 1-0.
That's to say Chijoke Mbama will be running away with the highest goal scorer award.
Exactly. He has missed some couple of chances. He has, like, all the balls to Chijoke Mbama. He has tried to compass any of them when the goal comes in 75 minutes. I think that he has really said if not, he would have been the top of the town after this game, but he finally has redeemed himself. So I think for me, should be given the man of the match.
All right. Thank you so much, Chijoke Precious. As we would look at talking to you maybe one more time before you could call it a wrap from that center.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, so back to the studio. You can hear it. Eyimba have taken the lead against Plateau United there, and Chijoke Mbama is the one that got the goal for Eyimba. So at least they could hold the highest goal scorer award and go home with it happily. Let's head back to the phone lines. Hello, caller, good. Okay, that's a drop call situation. Please keep the calls coming in 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. We're talking the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and we're looking at the balls that has been around the Nigerian Football Federation as well as the Super Eagles of Nigeria for the next coach that will replace Coach Finidi George. And the question I'm asking, should we be looking for a builder or a result-oriented coach? The Super Eagles are in a precarious situation at this point. They need everything that they can lay their hands on to get good results. Maybe qualification for the 2026 FIFA World Cup could still be possible. But what about the future? Should we get a coach that can give us that result now and forget about building in the future, or we get someone that we could decide to forfeit the World Cup but build a formidable team going forward? Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Name, location, and submission. I can hear you. Can you speak up?
I said Real Evans.
Okay, Real Evans, welcome.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, the last time I checked, they don't build a nations or they don't build a country football team. They don't build it. See, I don't know. Nigerian is
but the Spanish national team was built 10 years to that World Cup.
Spanish national team, that is not building. I mean, they already have the talent, all right? So when we talk about building, I don't know what people, I don't just like, well, it depends on the main reason, what's the definition of the building you are talking about. Because the last time I checked, Nigerian as a country, you don't expect us to bring a coach that will be building. I mean, we are not running a club football that you can tell me that you give a coach 2 seasons, 3 seasons for him to build Super Eagles. The talent are there. What Nigerian Super Eagles needed is for our owners, our board, our NFF, to be able to bring out players. I mean, if you feel that the abroad players you have been bringing into the Super Eagles squad are not giving you enough, or probably are not enough. I mean, we have a lot of scouts here that can go to our clubs and probably bring some stars that can add up to the Super Eagles. But the last time I checked, no foreign coach has been able to fancy any of our home-based players. They always complain that our home-based players are not good enough. That's number one. Number two, how well and how motivated our board. What do you want? I mean, because you can't bring a coach. If I thought there's anything to bid on, then we shouldn't have let Finidi George go. Because you can't bring a coach, and maybe since you want to start the process of building, then 2-3 matches he was unable to qualify to the World Cup. He was unable to qualify to the Nations Cup. I mean, even the people that are clamoring for building of a coach and bringing a coach that wants to build on, will start clamoring for that coach to be sacked. Because they are not running a club football. We don't play every season. We don't play every day. I mean, these players, they come together 2 or 3 times in how many days? You understand? They play for either qualifiers, and main competitions. So for me, Nigeria, if we can afford a quality coach that can give us the perfect result with what we have, good and fine. There's nothing we need to build on. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much there for your call. The phone lines are still open. You could be part of the conversation and react to whatever topic that we've been talking about right from the beginning. The MPFL was also on the menu, or is also on the menu. We talked about a lot concerning the MPFL. It is match day 38, and we're looking at wrapping up things right here in Nigerian football. And we are right presently with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and as we're looking at what probably will be the kind of coach that the Nigerian Football Federation would be getting for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Would it be a coach that has the ability to build a team going forward to give us a formidable team, or a coach that would just come in and give us those results? Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Go ahead. All right. Go ahead.
About the coach, let Super Eagles, Nigerian Football Federation, go for that Cameroonian coach.
You mean Tony Consensao?
Yes. If they know they want to qualify, let them go for now, quickly.
Okay.
Time is not in our hands. Finally, if I go.
Hello? Are you there? Muna Chimso? Hello? Okay, I think we lost that one there. Please do well to call back and air your thoughts. The phone lines are still open. 0817 0000 951 0810 9510 951. We're talking the Super Eagles of Nigeria. What kind of coach should the Nigerian Football Federation be looking at this point in time? Hello, caller. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome. Name, location, and submission.
Yes, I'm Ifeanyi calling you from Port Harcourt.
Ifeanyi, welcome. Go ahead.
Yes, honestly speaking, I don't really fancy that Cameroonian coach. Because he's an African man why Finidi is an African man. So I would have.
No, he's not. He's not an African. Tony Conceição is not an African. He's Portuguese. He's Portuguese, but he has coached Cameroon before.
Okay. Fine. If that is the case, they should go for him. So because we really needed results now, not building. I don't think building is what we need now.
Okay.
We need the result, not building, because this is a national team, not a club football.
All right.
So I think we need a result.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much there for your call. You could be part of the conversation. He said it, that we should be looking at a result-oriented coach rather than someone that will come and build. But let's quickly look at the transfer corner before we wrap the show up. This one here says Osimhen's market value drops amid uncertain future. Now, the Napoli man is now valued at 100 million euros, down from 120 million euros. This is according to Transfer Market. But we head to the phone lines. Hello, caller. Good evening to you. Drop call situation. You could keep the calls coming in 0817 00 951 0810 951 951. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Muna Chimso, yes. Go ahead.
It's okay. Please, foreign coaches, we are done with them.
Okay.
If any coach can come from Ghana, for now, let us try the Africans, because we have tried the foreign coaches, and they have done their best too.
Okay.
And I don't think that we should be relying on them. It's a high time we begin to test our own people, because we are seeking for a way forward, not a way backward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Muna Chimso, there for your call. The phone lines are open. Be part of the conversation. At any point, you could drop in and let us know what you're thinking. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Tony, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Like I was saying, I think it's a 50-50 thing. The coach could come and build up the team, and at the same time, qualify for the World Cup. It's not just to, build up the team. He has two things to do. But even if he does not qualify the World Cup, no problem. But if he qualifies, it's an added advantage.
Okay.
So if you should come and build up, like Tony Conceição. I don't know, they say.
Okay, I think we've lost the call there. All right, guys, I think time is no longer our friend. I would have wanted us to talk more on this transfer issues that we're having, but it's time for us to call it a wrap on the show this beautiful evening. Many thanks to my guys here that did the show with me, Ovie Wallace and Benjamin Mina. And the biggest of thanks goes out to you. The phone lines are still buzzing, but so sorry we can't take any call anymore. Many thanks to you for being part of the conversation from the phone lines and from the SMS and the WhatsApp portal also. My name still remains Osas Inhiwe, and I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. We'll be back here tomorrow by 6:30 p.m. for Sports Attack and by 3 p.m. for today's Sports Life. Do stay lifted and stay blessed. Do have yourself a wonderful